Should it not be in? No. But that should have went. I never put those fit. Damn. A lot of pan 5 shrimp getting done right now. Less than an hour. That's funny.
John.
What the fuck? Where's all this weight coming from? Yeah, don't matter. I got things I gotta do. Fuck it, I'll do it anyway. God damn it. How the hell did you do that? Get off. Big head. My ammo. Oh. Nope, that's not. We're not doing that. We're not having that shit. Nope, nope, nope. Do that shit now. Nope. Kiss my butt. Nope, 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 nope. No, no, gotta go. I don't have enough to fight this guy, I don't think. I don't think I can. Depends on what he is. If he is... Where the hell is he? Is he upstairs? Yep, he is. Stay up there, buddy. You stay up there. You don't get to come down here. Nope. No. Oh, shit! Nope. Where are you? What are you? I don't know what you are, dude. You are void. So you are... Yeah, I can't do this without... I mean, I could do it. It's just gonna take me forever. Oh, come on. Come on, let's play. It's not enough. Armor and weapons have to come up. Kiss my butt, buddy. Don't like you. Let's get over to the house. Just farm that and call it a day. Well, not that, but... Nope, not this. I knew there was going to be another one running around somewhere. I hear you. I don't see you. Oh, there you are. Yeah. It takes you down so low in health. It's hard to get. I mean, you can do it. It's not whether or not I can do it or not, because I can do it. It's just having that health go so low like that. And I don't have the my sanity drinks yet, so it's part of the problem. If I had the alcohol, I wouldn't even be worried about this. Because then I'd have enough health to take some damage from these guys. Right now, I don't have enough health to take damage, so I gotta be real careful what I do. How I fight, what I decide to fight. I'm not gonna be able to beat the bosses right now, of course. We'll get there, though. We'll get there. It takes me a whole clip to kill shit. That's when I have an issue. I'll take what I can get right now. I'm not gonna push my luck. If I was in all level 4 gear, I wouldn't even mind it. I would just get everything then. Unfortunately, that is not the case, so. I hate when I have to press the fucking pickup button more than one time. And you gotta like click it, click it, click it, click it, click it to get it to work. You wanna fix that? Take that shit away where I gotta sit there and open up an item. Where you go into a where you go into an animation. Take that away. Just make it, when I click like everything else, it just opens. It'll save you time and a lot of headaches from people saying, oh, I'm getting hit while I'm trying to open a box. They were supposed to have addressed that issue too, and that's another little quirk of mine. It's been in the game for so long, I have adapted to it as much as I can, but it's still annoying when you go to click on something and you have to click on it more than once to open it. Or it'll start, it'll go halfway, and then it stops. And then you have to click on it again. That should be it. Because I'm not going to fight the boss yet here, because I'm not going to be able to beat him. At least not yet. But that's more than enough. No, hold on. Let me go get the teleporter now. Last time I came here, I didn't get the teleporter. You told me that one. Like, who forgets to get the teleporter? That would be me. So then I had to ride all the way back here. So let's... Excuse me. Back to base, back to base. Dum, 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 dum. Not bad. Not bad at all. What do I need? You're some bitch. Alright, so I'm gonna need tungsten. A bunch of other stuff. But first and foremost, let's get over there. Let's get on over to where our quests are now. Tall grass. Pink. Crystals. Very good, very good. Very good, very good, very good, very good. Look at me, it's a Mario. Why did I do that? Because you're a big dummy. And you thought it might look good. I'm not going to rely on anybody else because I know if I do that, I'm going to be sitting there trying to figure out a lot of stuff. Damn it. Not enough to get it yet. I need these two. But I'll definitely have chainsaws. Oh, I gotta get my health up. Sleep in the bed for a second. Hey, what's up, Diggs? Sorry. My bad, bro. I didn't see the chat real quick. I got it now, though. What's going on? Off to Grey Water. Yes, yes. Why you do this? Why you do this? Why you do this? Good. I really should fix my bike, but I don't want to, so I'm not going to. Wait, what the hell? What are you selling over here? Hold on, let me check this vendor real quick. Maybe he got something I might want. I doubt it, but he might. Who knows? Who knows? Nope, not a damn thing I need. You need to sell them things for 100, bro. 500. Actually, 500 actually is cheap compared to what some people sell it for. Some people sell that shit for like 2,000. You. Might have the same problem I just had. So I'm definitely going to start making ale. There ain't no doubt about that. Ale's right away. But I want to get my level 4 weapons so that I can at least rip through some of this stuff. Content a lot easier. And then go back to Blackfell with all level 4 gear on and be able to actually fight. Instead of wasting an entire clip on a one mob, which in my defense was, more than 10 levels higher than me, so I expect things like that to happen. Okay. Never saw that before, but righty. Roberto, what are you doing, man? Anything good? Nah, you cool? Alright, what about you? A Wang. Nisa. What do you got for me, Nisa? Let me see. What do you got for me there, lady legs? Should I get controllers? Or Nisa's loot crate? I don't want neither. I don't need any of this. None. Excuse me. Can you pick what you want? Lingering Frost. I already got that. I don't need that. I need a mod. Or a calibration is what I need. Not a mod. Already got that. What is this? What is that for? Placing warning signs around it is... What? Deviation display box, but for what? Like... Yeah. Is it just a decoration? No. How come they always give the dude the weirdest? I mean, yeah, we got some shitty haircuts on the on the dude. No, that's not even good. Yep, I'll buy it. I don't like the mask. I don't like it. I mean, yeah, that's kind of creep. You know what? I'll pick it up anyway. Let me get this little crazy ass hairstyle. Let me get some dreads too while I'm at it. Bomboclat boy. I'm good. Shit. I gotta go see douchebag. Forgot about you, bud. Because you're a very forgettable character in this game. No, don't care, Klein. That is a character you don't even want to talk to him because he just irritates the shit out of you. One, he sounds corny. He does not sound anything like he should. He should have. I'm telling you, man. They got some missed opportunities. No stereotypes involved. Just simple. Okay, this is how it is. Jeremiah, what's up with you, buddy? You got anything you want to talk about? Oh, I just want to smack the shit out of you for GP. Just beat it, beat it, beat it. Oh, I hate cabbage. I had another one too, didn't I? Whoa, what? Wait, what? Who? What? Say less, brother. Say less. Grazie, grazie. Bella, bella, mucho bella. Hey, how you doing? Bella, bella, mucho bella. Yo, there's so many people on this server from Philly too. Like, there's a lot of people from Philly on this server. I technically they might have been in Philly at one point, but most of them aren't in Philly anymore. So, what happens is you get a lot of people go, "I'm from Philly," and they're not from Philly. Like they're from somewhere else, just outside of Philly or something like that. And almost all of them, none of them come from where I come from. Let me go handle these real quick. Okay, for this one, it's boy. Okay. So, it's blue. Right? Then it's orange. Then it's yellow. Boy. That's how you remember it. Boy. Boy, boy, boy. Blue, orange, yellow. Play with someone else, boy. We're not having it today. I'll get this. It's part of a quest. I'm not messing with it right now. I gotta find my build spot. Get away from me. Don't like you. Thank you. So, I'm going to build near me snapping turtles. See them? Z. 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 Okay, that didn't work. B. Z. Where the fuck is my base? Brief intermission. Hopefully this is just a texture issue that I'm running into and not something a little bit more significant. Not another bug where your buildings are fucking gone and you lose everything like I did the last time, but something that actually is just a texture issue. Maybe the texture didn't load correctly or whatever it is, but I didn't see my base when I pressed Z. So that's not a good thing. And I am going to double check again to make sure that Z button is working so that it's not something of like maybe my keyboard's having an issue or... Nope, it works. All right, now I know what happened, so I'm okay with that. Because my territory was off to the side of my territory, as you can see, I didn't notice that the blueprint was over here. It was just at a range, and I couldn't see it for some unknown reason. But this is actually really good because I didn't take up any or I didn't destroy anything that should be here. Except for my pumps. And now I gotta replace those, but that's okay. There we go. Now, that should be fine, right? Oh, Where's the hose? There we go. And that's going up, and that's going in, and we are set. So let's just begin. Nope, 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 nope. Alright, so what do I need for the tier 4? I need aluminum. I need vanadium, or iridium, excuse me. Aluminum and iridium, it looks like. And then I can make tier 4s. Aluminum, 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 aluminum.
Someone was detected at your front door.
Oh god, who's at the front door now? Always somebody at the front door. Son bitch. I don't. Why are you doing that? I'm not even doing anything. Just no idea what just is going on here. Put these in there. I'm just gonna let them decay. Let that decay. Where else? Let that decay. Let them decay. I need decay food anyway. Let that decay. Let that decay. Oh, let those decay, of course. Decay. Decay. Where the hell is my... No, it's not what I'm looking for. It's gotta be in shop. Other, right? Nope, made a pass. Here we go. Get those. Still not sure where all this weight's coming from. Bullets? Nah, it can't be. Ugh. I'm gonna do a breakdown too to see if I can get my heavy assault. Eventually I'll wind up getting it, but I don't have it right now, and it's bugging the shit out of me. Yeah. I want heavy assault. Can I please have heavy assault? Ah, shit! Wait, do I even have enough? I got more than enough now. What the hell? Got ciphers for days. Yeah, I just brought it back up, bro. I was doing stuff with my email and everything else, so I didn't want to blast that all over the internet. I don't really personally like when people try to hack my friggin' computer on a daily basis. They're always trying to hack my MSN account. Every day I see hacks from Russia, Germany, friggin' all over the place. Even New York. So I changed everything up. So now they can't do any of that anymore. Attempted hacks, not actual hacks. They don't get into my account ever, but... What did I run back here for? Oh. Steel's all I need right now. I'm okay. I don't need to advance that any. None of this right now. Where are we at? Where are you? Brewing barrels, yes. Okay. Brewing barrel. Yes, and definitely yes. I don't think I can build them yet until I get the Yeah, I need tungsten. I think I got special parts. I got engineering plastic. Alright. I just need to go get some tungsten. I can do that after I do these other things. But the brewing barrel. That is my biggest issue right now. Yeah, I had it on for like 5 minutes. I gotta tell you though, sometimes I forget. I'll mute my mic and I forget to turn it on, and I'll spend an hour talking shit, and it's like nothing. Like literally nothing on my chat, and I just shake my head because I look at it and I realize that I had it muted, and I'm like, man. I try to watch the videos after I record them to see if the sound's coming out right, or if I'm not too loud, or if I'm too soft on my voice with certain things. Corn. Wow, you are not. Why is there a delay with that? Oh, the squirrel's dead? Squirrel's dead? Damn it. I didn't mean to kill the squirrel, man. Didn't even know that squirrel was getting killed. I'm just going to try and gather some stuff up real quick so I can get this started. Getting that ale is something that I always strive for. Very important. I know a lot of people shoot for other stuff, but me, nah, that ale. If I ain't got that ale, I don't even want to run. That's funny. I'm gonna mention it anyway. I had an issue yesterday with some dude, and he said, why don't I just smack the shit out of you? And I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, why don't I just smack the shit out of you? And I said, why don't I just kick your teeth down the back of your fucking throat until you stop breathing? And his whole attitude changed. Like, he stopped talking after that. Like, he wouldn't say anything else. I know he's trying to be funny with that shit, but like don't play with me like that, man. I'm not that dude. You might be able to talk to your peoples like that, but you're not talking to me like that. But I just thought it was funny because right after I said it, he just stopped talking, just shut right up. I guess it was just a little bit too violent for him, I guess. And I know him. That's what's really funny. So he's a cool dude, but it's just I don't even know why he said. I think he was trying to play around a little bit, but I don't play around. You know, when you start throwing threats out in the air, we got an issue then at that point. It was funny though. Trying mass-produce shattered bread. Oh, I forgot about the shattered bread. I don't even know if I have the recipe for that yet. You have to use the... Well, I would get the... well, I'll tell you the best way that I know of to deviate the aloe vera. The bees are going to help with the increase in deviation, right? Yeah, exactly. That's yeah. We're a little bit behind in the conversation. I'm just responding to what you're typing. But yes, you're 100% correct. You don't play like that unless you know somebody, right? And I do know him, but I don't know him well enough in order to joke like that. So like I had to let him know real quick. Oh, anyway, back to your first question. In order to deviate, you should get the deviated. Oh shit, what is it? I think I might have some. Hold on. No, right? No. All right. So there's a deviated fertilizer that you can get in your mimetics, and I would get that and use that if you want to increase deviations. Of course, the bees are going to help increase deviation, and I think besides that, there's really not much more you can do to get that. If you have more than one deviated plant, because I think you get the seed. Do you get? No, you don't get the seeds for them. So the only other way to increase your chances for deviated stuff is to just have a big plot. You know, as big as plot as you can get. Plant as many of them as you can get in there, and then use the deviated fertilizer. Excuse me. Use the deviated fertilizer because I think that's the only way you can do it. I know the bees do help with the deviation though, so that should increase your chances of getting some of them. I don't know if there's any other way that you can increase deviations. I'm gonna have to watch a video on it because I really didn't get into that part of the game. I mean, I did have a greenhouse and all, and I was growing food, but I was growing food for the ale. So I was growing corn and wheat. I got some morels seeds, and I wound up growing some morels with like the seed boost so that I can sell the seeds to people, things like that. I wasn't into the other stuff, but now that you said that, let me go check and see if I can even make the shattered bread. I don't think I can make it yet, though. No. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Don't even have the recipe yet. I know it's out there, I just don't know where it is, so I'll have to look at it later. Yeah, unfortunately. I do. I wish there was a guaranteed, deviated crop that we can plant. It's guaranteed. Or at least some kind of like backpack item while we're planning. It increases the possibility of a deviation. And then you got the bees that increase it. And then you got the fertilizer. Not too much. I gotta get a bigger backpack though. I got 10 days on this stuff though, so I'm not even gonna worry about it until I get like 5 days left, and then I'll start asking for shit. I think so. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up right now. Because again, I'm not 100% because I never really got into the real farming aspect of the game. Okay, let's see. What is this? Oh, this is Dopa. Yeah. Alright. Just gives you max deviant power plus 50% and mood recovery speed of minus 5%. Growing Pains 1, Growing Pains 2, Growing Pains 3. So it looks like just a deviation power. Just gives you more deviant power. So it'll run longer. I don't see anything else in there about it. I gotta save this list. It's not actually telling me effect. It does tell me the effect, okay. I wonder why everybody's trying to get that deviant. Most of anything that really benefits you in the game is generally hard to craft. Like they don't make it easy. Yeah. But that's why you get people who are dedicated to making these things, and it's yeah, Growing Pains only provides more deviant power. Ooh. That sounds decent. 1 plus as one of the skills or whatever. You get a 10% chance when they bring back resources of them bringing back a rare crystal. Max mood, working speed. Psychic kid. Okay. I'm looking for anything that causes increased deviation. I have to look at this. Workaholic. Never mind. Logging. Beaver. Like, it doesn't get into depths. That's not a very good list, I don't think. Just doesn't get into depths with anything. Oh yeah, having that crystal perk is a plus. I've had it in every single run through that I've done, except for this one. I didn't get it. I mean, I still got time, but I have to look at this later. I'm gonna have to go through that later because There's a lot of information when it comes to the deviants and what deviants to use. I didn't find any that specifically increase, except for the B. I know that that increases your chance for deviation, and that's. But I didn't find any specific trait for it. Get this barrel up so I can start making this ale right away. So from here to here. Ja, votes mijn kapitaan. Okay. Alright, I gotta go to Myers Market and just farm up some corn real quick. Start getting that cooking. Cooking. Look at that, there you are. Yeah, the crystal perk is nice, man. You get the crystal perk, you get the stardust that you can make. I think the furnace one's better. And then you get like sulfur chemist. You have nothing to worry about in the game. It doesn't even matter what skills you have then at that point, like what other specialties you have at that point, because everything that deals with combat you're already taken care of just with those right there. There's nothing within the combat realm that you can't do them. Like everything is taken care of. All your gear gets upgraded, all your stuff gets upgraded, so it's really good. I've had that a couple times, like all three of those skills, and man, I'm telling you, it was such a joy when the crystal one especially, because crystals sometimes can be hard to get a hold of. Not so much hard to get a hold of, but you kind of forget about them, and you don't farm them as much as you should. And then you find yourself lacking in crystals. And being able to just make 20 crystals is great. Yeah, Stardust. Being able to make Stardust is a boost too. Acid, I mean, you can get the acid you need in order to get everything leveled up. It's not that difficult. But Stardust is a little bit more. A little bit harder to get a hold of. I know a lot of stuff gives Stardust. Like you can do silos and all get Stardust if you really want it. Yeah, I got the Stardust pump. I do have it, but I'm not thrilled with the Stardust pump just because of the amount of materials it soaks up, man. Yeah, and then sometimes you really do gimp yourself because then when you want to do like repairs, you don't have no rubber. Yeah. Although all you got to do is farm and you'll get your rubber, right? Like I keep trying to tell people that there's a lot of people trying to buy rubber, and I'm like, why are you trying to buy so much rubber? Like, what's your purpose of it? Yeah, and then I find out they have a Stardust pump, so then I know. But this is the first time I've ever gotten the Stardust pump in a pick, and I think I'm gonna stick with it just because I know how to get rubber and shit like that. People doesn't get back to the to towns once. Yeah, yeah, you're right. You're right. Absolutely right. They don't go back to the towns once they clear them. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm as guilty as anybody else in not going backwards, right? But if I really need something, I'll go back. And usually I don't need anything. So I'm never using that much material. I always have extra materials, always. I show you all my accounts. They have tons of materials on them. What did I miss? I'm missing something here. I missed a whole section? I did, didn't I? Paper da? Yeah, it doesn't. But that's the thing. Like, I don't know if you're seeing my other chat. Yeah. Well, Blackfell's the normal run because right when you're at endgame, nobody thinks about going back. I go search for decor, so sometimes I go back to these towns, but I don't always do it. I'm just like I said, I'm as guilty as anyone else for not going back and farming out these towns and getting the rubber that I need. But it's just because when you go back, if you're into tungsten ammo already. No, I can't do it anymore. Can't do it anymore. Can't sell the rubber anymore because I'm gonna need it since I'm gonna use the Stardust pump this season. All right. It's not coming. It's not coming up in the stream at all. Like when you're watching the stream, none of the chat's coming up. What the hell's going on here? Yeah, there it goes. Nah, it's coming up. I see it. It's in the stream. All right. Well, it's there now. You guys will be able to see each other's chat at least for a brief moment. I might change that to last on this screen a little bit longer. Yeah, it's coming up now. Anyway, there's just somebody else talking about the rubber issue and all because that's a big end game problem that a lot of people have is the rubber. Like it's a really large end game problem, and it's again what Desu was saying was that the nobody wants to go back to these towns. Hey, greetings, brother. From welcome, welcome, welcome. Appreciate you, man, for stopping in and saying hello. Yeah, Batavo, I do. I think it made it too easy having the shinies, the increase in drop rates. There's no doubt that the move to make it easier to get deviations has caused an extreme problem in the game. Again, I don't farm deviations, so it's not really affecting me yet. Once I start to go do it, I noticed that a lot of your farming spots, there's people just sitting on them the whole entire time. And that could cause a problem in the game too. People arguing and fighting with each other over, who's going to get what. Either way, I knew as soon as it came out, I knew it was a bad move. When you start to make a game too easy, you end up alienating players who enjoyed the game for the aspects of the game that were already there, like the survival aspects or whatever it is. Other people used to have the tier 5 deviations as like a bragging right? Why am I not? We got some lag in the game or I'm crashing, one or the other. I can't loot this. Why? What about this? Can I? Okay, my game's not working. There it goes. Anyway, that was massive lag spikes. Normal servers, hard servers just increase like some of the difficulty, right? But it's not really hard. I mean, they're not really that hard. But all of this is the same now. Everything's the same, dude. There's nothing different. Even on the PvP servers, you don't have to PvP at all. You don't have to. You can just do PvE shit and not be bothered. I don't get. I know what they're trying to do, and they're trying to spread themselves as wide as they can to cover a more broader base of gameplay for everybody, right? They want to satisfy everybody. But I think they're really hurting themselves by doing it. Making the game too easy. Making it just, the same grind, the same routine over and over and over and over and over again. Absolutely. That's who. Closed Beta 2 was definitely harder. Once they worked out the problems with the turrets, and once they worked out the problems with, just the little tiny shit that was in the game, Beta 2 was definitely a lot harder. But a lot of people don't realize what they did. They made an announcement. They didn't do it when the game released, but they made an announcement after the game released. And you can go back and look through the Once Human post. It'll show you. They said they made it even easier on game release for people to play this game. Like, they lowered down difficulty levels across the board for everyone. Which I thought was another bad decision, because you went from us getting us used to the closed beta 3 testing, right, to then coming over and everything being basically nerfed again. It just didn't feel strong. Nothing feels strong. It's too easy. Yeah, you're right. You're right. When they say hard, they really gimped us all. But adding the deviation thing to the game, the way we can get deviations now, it's bad. I could walk into a building and get a deviation. What kind of? I'm not accomplishing anything by doing that. I'm not accomplishing anything by being able to just walk in and grab a deviation. I don't feel anything with that. There's no attachment to that part of the game for me. That's why everybody's running around still doing shinies. I haven't even tried to attempt to get a shiny yet. I'm not even worried about it. To be honest with you, I don't worry about the deviations anyway, because I just want to play the game. So me doing the deviations is just me. If I get a good deviation, it's just because I happen to be there at the time. That's it. I'm not farming out deviations. Maybe at endgame I might, when I'm waiting for the new season to pop up or whatever, but I'm not doing it now. No, I'm in complete agreement with you. Complete agreement, Desmond. I'm complete. Hard games should be hard. You should die a lot in the hard servers, right? Nothing should be easy there. It should take cooperation. It should force people to get together. That's what you want. You want to make it hard enough that you can do it solo, but you don't want to because you're going to die so many times. I like solo gameplay, so but even I would like something to force me to have to join with other people. Force me to have to party with people to complete. Well, if you're still playing, I'll join your server next season. I don't care what server I join after the season's over. So it doesn't really bother me. Yeah, but Tavo, you're right. There was an issue. Okay, so part of the problem in this game that I see as a bonus, but ends up as a problem for a lot of developers, is when developers listen too much to their community. the developers have to have a vision for the game to begin with, right? So they have to be focused on where they want their development to go. If they continually change things based on player feedback that is very minor or seems like they're just complaining, and they change things based on that, they're going to hurt the game in the long run, because you're going to do what Rust is doing right now. Rust is not an enjoyable game anymore. There is no survival aspect about Rust anymore, except for not getting your base blown up, right? That's it. So there's no enjoyment anymore. When I first started playing Rust, survival was important. You literally were afraid to come out your base sometimes, because you didn't want to lose that weapon that you had to grind so hard to get, and you were nervous that as soon as you come out, somebody would try and kill you or whatever. So you really played the game a lot more stealthily. You played the game with a lot more focus and concentration, and so it immersed you into the game more. Now, Rust, there's nothing special about Rust anymore. They got decent graphics, probably the best building system I've ever seen in a video game, and that's about it. That's all they got. Let me port back to my base so I can start doing this corn. I was hoping it would respawn. I should have just went to another world. You know what? Let me run one more world on the corn, and then I'll go back to my base. Anyway, so Rust became a game for casual players. That's it. That's all it is. If this game goes that route, they're going to have the same problem that Rust does. Rust retention right now, they have a very strong player base, but the retention for new players is very small. Very small. And so they're having trouble. You even have some of the OGs in Rust, right? Who've been playing since, Rust began. I mean, I've been playing since experimental, and that's like 7 years ago, 8 years ago. So, I've been playing a long time with Rust, but I eventually stopped because when I saw, what pisses me off? You want things to be, a developer thinks, oh, okay, so I'll make it so that we can shoot lock-on missiles, right? To counter the helis that are flying around and killing everybody. We'll do lock-on missiles. Yet, I can't take snow in the snow biome, put it into a container, and then melt it over a fire, right? You could use one of the water purifiers and create a snow node that you can farm in the snow, to where you can then put snow in there, melt it down for water, because there's no water sources really in the snow biome. So you have to go look for water. But we're in a snow biome. All you got to do is melt snow. So they take the easiest, simplest idea that you could possibly think of, being able to melt snow, and they cancel that out and say, nope, we're not going to do that, but we're going to let you build an entire fucking helicopter. We're going to let you build this massive complex with wiring and electricity everywhere and all this stuff that you can do with lights and automatic doors, but you can't melt snow in a friggin' game, in the snow biome. That's when I decided enough's enough, right? Before, it wasn't a big issue. Now it's an issue because I'm comparing that to everything else that they're creating in the game. And I'm going, the simplest thing that you could do is the one thing that you won't do, and you'll do all this other bullshit, and it just makes the game too easy then at that point. Right? You made it hard for me to get water in the snow biome, but so easy for me to build electricity all over my base and have everything. It's an idiotic concept. Like, nobody in their development team has thought about making snow a node and then allowing us to farm it. Like using a shovel. They got shovels in the game now, the paddles, right? Make that a shovel, shovel some snow, melt down water. I fear that this game might be going in that same direction. That's what I'm trying. The example that I'm giving with Rust is only because that's my real comparison to this game. It's like the closest thing to this game that I can think of. Right? And I think that's our problem. We're going to have a lot of trouble. Because once you start catering to casual gamers, and I'm not trying to use that as an insult, but once you start catering to them, the hardcore base of players that came with the game, that was there through your development process and played your beta and all that other stuff for hours and hours a day, are going to feel as though they're being overlooked and isolated, and they're going to want to stop playing. And those are the guys who usually have established YouTube channels, established Twitch channels, established things like that. And they're going to start saying, you know what? The game's not worth it anymore. They're going to move on to a new game. And the numbers are going to start to drop. And the game's going to start hurting itself. They need to revert that change. They do. They need to do the deviation thing. They need to take it back to the way it was. If you have a problem playing this video game and finding a deviation because you're just too lazy to go hunt for it, maybe you shouldn't be playing this game. Literally, maybe you shouldn't be playing a game. We're making this game for 6-year-olds now. That's how I look at it. Like, you know, a 6-year-old could pick up this game and play it and get all the deviations in the game and have 40 shinies that they don't even need that they're going to destroy or give away. I'm hoping for next season, like a couple people have already talked about. Next season, the real season, you know, the October update. I'm looking for. I didn't switch servers. I'm still sitting here bullshitting. Anyway, the October update that should be hard. Feels like normal, and I feel Nightmare is going to be. It might be. I mean, they've already said they lowered the game down when it released. I don't think they've made all the changes to make it a little bit harder again. I think they're getting too easy with everything. And I hate it because I love the game. I do. I love this game. And it just feels like you're ruining it. You're ruining it. You're ruining it. Yeah, I'll get that out. I don't know why that was so hard for me to just say. I just think they're destroying the game with that kind of shit. Don't do that. You know, don't make the game that easy. I know you want to get it, you know, you want to touch enough of the player base as you can, the casuals, the hardcores, and all that stuff. I know you want to cater to everybody's wish, so, you know, maybe I should start complaining about, oh, look, there's not enough gold nodes around my building. Or at my base. I don't have enough gold nodes around my base. And just keep complaining about it until it picks up. And then, you know, when I log on, there'll be 40,000 gold nodes around my base. I mean, come on. It's stupid. It's just, stop. We complained about acid. You gave us a bunch of ways to make acid. But when you did that, what did you do too? You made it so that our power requirements for this stuff is so high. We can't really farm acid like we used to. Now we have to change the way that we play, which is fine. I don't mind changing something, but, you know, why does my water barrel require 10 power to operate? Well, it's because that's how people do acid in the polluted zone, and you didn't want them to have an overabundance of acid, so that acid wasn't worth anything in the game. So you decided to require 10 power, and, you know, that's how you handle that. Because if you run everything people normally run, yeah, they won't have enough. You're running in British voice. I just, again, they've done something to the game that it's just a bad idea. I mean, I don't even know how more clearer I can say it than just that. I'm beating a dead horse, basically. I keep saying the same thing over and over again in different ways, right? But the point is take it out of the fucking game. Go back to the way it was with the deviations. Have shinies still. Have a way to get those shinies. But I don't think it should be. You should just be able to walk up to a containment unit now and friggin', I got my shiny. That's crazy. Yeah, no. I mean, they were trying, yeah, because they want more people going out and killing mobs. Everything in the dev does is strategic. So the reason why there's time gated server, why we're time gated, is because the devs have made this huge world. They don't want you just speeding through their shit. No dev likes that. Not any dev for any game likes the fact that you bypass all the stuff that they created. because they just don't feel like that. Well, their work is being appreciated then. And if you're working and you love the job that you're doing, of course, you know you want adulation. You want people saying great work. But if nobody's going to do that if they don't know the content that you provided. So the time gating, I get it. It forces people who want to rush to go back and do other things besides rushing. Right? Okay. It also serves a purpose as to, so when the first week's going on, or even the second week, since it's time gated and we're in phase 2, anybody who joins the server now still has an opportunity to catch up and can catch up fairly easy. Because we won't jump to phase 3. If the server was completely open, people would just rush to end game. New players would be outclassed and stuff like that, so they wouldn't even have an opportunity to try and catch up. I know they try to be fair, but again, you know, are you gimping people? Everything the point is everything they do, it's for a reason. So all the shit that they're doing now, it's for a reason. The way that we farm asset now, it was for a reason. Because that was a huge change between, what was it, the second beta to the third beta? That changed a lot of stuff in the game. And then the jump to the power requirements from the third beta to even the release, that's huge. Yeah, and they know it. But they did talk about how they're going to work that out too with the novice servers and all that other stuff. At some point, there is not going to be a novice server. You won't be able to join one. When that changes, the dynamics in the game are going to change too. Like how you're going to play. And they made mention to it because what they said is new players may find it a little difficult in the beginning to join these servers because things will be opened up. You know, the servers will already be at a certain point. And so new players might find it hard. I don't see how anything's going to be hard. Everything that I heard about the hard servers isn't hard. The only thing that I heard that might be irritating about the hard servers is the food and water requirement being, you know, lower, the time frame being lowered. So you have to use more food and water. Other than that, no, I didn't hear shit hard. Again, I fear for the game if they keep pushing the game to be too easy. You're gonna lose your real hardcore dedicated base, and once you lose them, then there's nothing to really stop people from just making this a money pit. Then at that point, right? Adding, pay to win shit and stuff like that. Because your hardcore gamers are going to spend money. They're going to spend the money. But at least in the North American servers, you don't have this desire for pay to win like you do in the Asian servers and stuff like that. Even in the European servers, there's not a big pay to win push in those servers. People don't like it. But if you lose your gaming community, you need to make money, and you're a company that's being published by a known publisher who wants to abuse the pay system in the game. MapleStory being a prime example of what NetEase has done. Developer or publishers want their money back. Developers don't have much of a choice once a publisher starts pushing. For change. Right now they're holding it off, and they're saying they're going to always hold it off. But all it takes is the community to start dropping a little bit, and that's going to change. They will switch to a pay to win. And I would too. It's just business, right? At some point, that's what you're going to do. If you're losing money and you can't make your money off your cosmetics no more, and you're not... What the hell's going on again? Here we go with the internet again. Or this lag that's starting to happen. At some point, if you're not making the money, you're going to switch your business model. And once they switch the business model, this game's done. There'll be no reason to come and play it then. If people can just buy their way to the top, there's going to be people that do it. And that goes for any European server, any North American server, anything. Once you had a pay to win and people realize it's just easier to pay $25 to get ahead, they'll do it. That was a big concern in all the betas, as you know, where we were worried about pay to win. But it's still a reality that I see the possibility of happening. I do. I see it. And it's only because I've been gaming so long. I've seen games promise not to add pay to win shit, and then slowly but surely over time, those find their way into the game. The pay to win model finds its way into the game somehow. All right, let me go back to my base. I'm done. I'm sitting here bullshitting too much. Where am I? I started, I had hopes. I love the game. Again, I stress it all the time. I will recommend this game to anybody who wants a good time. But over the last 2 updates, I've seen things change in the game that I'm not happy with, and I don't think it's cool. Right, that's what I'm saying. But Tavo, you're not missing anything. I mean, in the closed beta 2, the game got from closed beta 1 to closed beta 2. There was a massive change in how the game's development was going to go in. You know, it was in closed beta 1, it was all PvP, focused on PvP and survival elements. In closed beta 2, it pulled completely away from PvP into just PvE. And then they started to add little things to the game, fix the problems that were in the game. Like before, your turrets used to shoot your base and destroy your base because they would try to shoot something through your base, and there was no protection against your own turrets. So if you had them on, it would just shoot your base and destroy your walls and break your base down overnight if like you left them on. So they fixed that problem. Then they fixed the glitch with the turrets always sounding like they were shooting. That was another thing. So you would walk up to a turret, it wouldn't even be on, but it would still sound like it was shooting. And it's such an annoying noise. But they started to develop more of the survival aspect of the game, you know. And acid was hard. Then we could only, in the closed beta 2, we could only hunt acid through farming deviants, right? We would farm the deviants at Hearst. There was a Hearst run, which I did yesterday. And we would get our acid from that way. Or we would go to the Dig to Hell and get our acid that way, the event Dig to Hell. That was the only way to get acid. Closed beta 3, they introduced acid farming in the form of going to polluted zones and things like that. They introduced sulfur chemists. You could get sulfur chemists. They put more deviations into the game, you know, and the game got a lot better. On release, a massive dump of deviations were released that weren't in the game previously. And how they decided to work acid farming again changed with the power requirements that you now have to have in order to do the same type of acid farming you were doing before. Like, I would be able to put up 14 to 16 synthesis benches and just do sulfur chemist that way. And it didn't cost energy links. It only cost sulfur. And that was great. I was like, okay, cool. I don't have to worry about acid in the game. I can concentrate on the other aspects of the game. They changed that. I couldn't do that now even if I wanted to put up that many. And then use all my energy. I mean, I could, but it would take everything that I have, and I wouldn't be able to do the other things that I want to do in the game. So, yeah, no problem, bro. So now we're having this issue with the deviants, right? Deviations. Now, the deviants are so easy to get. What's the purpose of me even going out and farming if I can just go, hey, anybody got a blue shiny in chat? And someone will go, yeah, I'll trade you. Now, you just made one less thing for me to even want to grind for. I don't even want to grind for it now. It's just too easy to get in game now. It's killing it. You're making everything difficult, and we're all going to suffer for it in the long run. We will. If they don't change it back to the way it was, I don't think the game's going to. the game's going to go the way that we want it to go. At some point, this game's just going to die off in population. Oh, okay. I see what they did. That's big as shit. Should I put it up here? Right in the middle? Think. It's just like a little... Yeah, it's nothing special, though. It actually looks like it shouldn't be there. Like it's just shit thrown. I don't know. I think I'll move that. I just wanted to see what it was. Yeah. I like sharing my experiences. It's probably one of the benefits of watching people stream. Well, I don't think they're not going to be able to take back what they've already done, right? There's no way. But they can change it from the next update forward, right? They can't they can't go backwards and take everything away from people, because that's another thing that would just kill the game. So what you already have is what you have, but they definitely got to change some other stuff. You just can't. You can't make it too easy. They even changed the way the ale works, so now you still can get sanity loss even with the ale that's supposed to have no sanity loss, and it comes from something with the mobs or something. One of them, they hit you or something like that. You can lose some sanity with it. So the no sanity loss for half hour, that doesn't even work properly anymore with the ale. Wait, it's a BP. Hold on. Is it going to on the next? Is it during the next update that they're going to make it an actual blueprint? Yeah, it's got to be during the next patch, I'm assuming. Yeah, there is new content. There's new weapons. There's new armor. I firmly believe that cold is going to play a survival mechanic in the game. If not, they're missing an opportunity there. So you can then have like fur armor, stuff like that. Like, you can have fur lining in your armor to keep you warmer. There's definitely got to be some mechanic with that to it. I can't see them not doing that. So yeah, we're getting new stuff. I know that, but I didn't know that they were going to make that a friggin' blueprint. It should have already been a blueprint. I mean, they did the bow as a blueprint. The bow is actually a blueprint now that you couldn't get before. So yeah, I can see that happening. Let me go do this. No. I'm going to go do this so I can get some materials. Batavo, yeah. It's the same thing I just said. I just got your message regarding this exact same thing I was speaking about, but I know it's because there's a delay in the YouTube chat for some reason. But yes, I agree. I agree 100%. The code is going to play a role in the new server. I'm looking forward to it. You know, maybe the simple fact, even if they don't do new armor per se, give us the ability to line that armor that we have now with fur. Make a new recipe where you can attach the fur lining to your outfit so that you don't get as cold. But I think they're going to have new. I'm pretty sure they're having new armor. I'm 100% positive they're going to have new weapons. And just a whole new area to explore. It's going to be great, actually. I'm looking forward to it. My favorite event in the game? If you're talking on sheer entertainment value, definitely the disco event, right? Without a doubt, the disco event. The plane event, the ancient one event that they have now, I think that's poorly designed. Like just popping balloons. I thought we were going to fight a boss or something like that. I don't like that event. That seems very basic. Way too lazy in design. I mean, you're just flying through the air shooting at balloons. I don't think that's... But I know that they have another event coming up, and I talked about this yesterday, by Rippleby, I believe, is the name of the place. The far... Let me bring up the map. Rippleby. I'm almost positive that's what it's called. This over here, Rippleby, yes, right around here on the road. If you can see my map, right here, there was an event that popped up that I saw. The first week the servers went live on this character, I saw a taxi on the ground that had a marker above it, like the highlighted the red exclamation points that you see when when the trucks are riding around or whatever. Same thing, had a marker on it. So I went over to it. It allowed me to get into the taxi. Once in the taxi, the controls I could see on the left hand side were up, down, forward and backwards and side to side. So there was like how you fly around your base. The same controls were like that. And it was a taxi. I instantly thought of the Harry Potter in the second one, I believe, when Ron Weasley comes to pick Harry Potter up in the car that's flying. Excuse me. I thought of that. And then, because puzzles seem fairly easy to create in this game, I thought, well, it's going to be something simple, right? So it's going to be a flying car that maybe you have to go on a certain route and go through rings in order to complete in a time, in a certain amount of time. And you go through the rings and all that other stuff. And you're flying the car. I've never saw that event again. But that may be an event that's coming. But if you go through my past streams, you'll see the event. I can't tell you exactly which one it's on. So you might look through a lot of streams. But it's absolutely on one of my streams. Because I was streaming at the time. Excuse me. I was streaming at the time. It was, I saw it. But if they introduce that event, that'll be something different, right? No, Patavo, you're fine. I absolutely appreciate all your comments and the fact that you're asking for different things. I answer everything I can as long as I see it. So I appreciate everyone who comes in, asks questions. I don't care what it is, But that event should just be something else that we can do. And it might be all over the map. I don't know. But that's where I saw it at. So, I don't know. Again, like I said, I only saw it one time, just once, and I've never seen it again. But I don't go back to Rippleby that much. I guess if I would sit there the whole day, that event might pop up again. But it's not an active event because I couldn't raise the taxi in the air. I couldn't do any of that stuff. I couldn't move the taxi at all. It seemed like it was stuck to the ground. But I'm almost positive it's an event that will be coming. Or an event that they were trying to make happen. It just didn't happen. But I am curious as to see where they're gonna go with the game. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt until the October patch, and when the October update comes out, I'll decide whether or not I want to continue playing the game. Because as of right now, I do. I love the game still. But if they keep making it too easy for people, I don't think I'm gonna. I don't even care about the hard servers, man. Just make everything the same, right? Just give us new quests, give us a new area to explore, give us new weapons and armor, a new storyline, maybe anything. It doesn't matter, but don't make it so easy that we can just walk through the content and we don't really have to try. And it's just, come on, man. Yeah. Don't treat us like we're idiots and we can't do. You know, if you up the difficulty on the servers a little bit, we're going to all be like freaking out because we're not. People need to learn the game. I mean, we already have an issue with people coming in the game, not really wanting to concentrate on the game and just asking questions in chat the whole entire time. Right? World chat gets cluttered sometimes with the dumbest questions because the tutorial already shows you how to do it. The fact is you're being lazy and you're trying to jump it's like you're trying to jump the line in an amusement ride. You want to get to the ride as fast as possible, but you don't want to put in the work, or the weight or the effort to get there. And I think that's another disservice to the developers. You're just saying to the developers, screw all the content that they made, screw all the tutorials that they made, screw all the information they had to put into the game. You're just gonna bypass it all. Come on, man. It is. Yes, it is. It is. But the thing is that how far do you go when you're helping newbies, right? I always help newbies. I answer as many questions as I can. But I don't answer the questions that you learn in the tutorial. Sorry. I don't do it. I'm not telling you something that the tutorial teaches you. Yeah. Now, if it's like the third day you've been playing and you just forgot the tutorial, yeah, all right, I'll remind you. But if you get on the server and you go, I'm brand new, how do I put my base down? Play the game. Tells you how to do it. Play the game. The very first thing you do is put down a base. Play the game. Pay attention to it. Don't skip through the tutorial. Why? It doesn't make any sense. But I don't blast them for that either. I'm not a dick. I'm not going to troll somebody for asking an easy question that they can learn. I shouldn't even really say stupid question. It's not a stupid question. It's a lazy question. That's what I should say. I should say lazy question. Right? If you're just going to ask lazy questions, I'm eventually going to ignore you and not answer you. Because I don't want to. Because you should know it. Take the time to read the tutorial. They put out this handbook within the game, right? It's inside the game menu. That's there. You can learn just about everything you need to know about the game. But nobody wants to take the time to do that. And then if you say, hey, just Google this, people get upset. Well, can't you just answer him? Why does he got to Google it? Well, maybe if he watches the video, he'll retain the information instead of me handing it to him. Sometimes you got to do your own homework, right? It's not hard. There's nothing in this game that's too difficult to learn. Everything that you want to know about this game is online. Just open up your browser and look for it. Come on. Yes. Yeah. But we tend to... The thing is some new players that come in, right? They get shunned in chat. So then what they do is they get just blasted in chat. Oh my God, you know this and that. I am vocalizing how I feel when I see some of that shit, but I'm not telling the person that. I'm not telling the person, "Oh my god, what are you fucking lazy? You should be doing this. You should be doing that." I don't do that shit. You know, I want the person to enjoy the game. I want them to stay in the game. So there's no reason to belittle somebody in a video game. There's not. There's just no reason. If you got to belittle people in a video game to make yourself feel better, there's something wrong with you, man. Like really, you have such low self-esteem, and you're probably a punk in real life. Because anybody that's got to pick on somebody in a video game is a real punk in real life. Like you're just a, to me, you're just a punk. Those are the people I would love to meet in real life, because I would just slap the shit out of them. But like, you like messing with people in a video game, bro? Do that shit in real life. Like, there's no reason for it. Sometimes you just gotta grow the fuck up, right? Be a man. Stop being such a little punk. Yeah. Yeah, okay, you don't like the question somebody's asking because it's laziness and this and that, but you ain't gotta vocalize that shit sometimes. Yeah, there's no reason to belittle the person. Just tell them, say, look, I'm gonna give you a piece of advice. Say it like that then. Say, look, I'm gonna give you a piece of advice. Learn to search on YouTube. Learn to search on Google for your information. This way, at least you're trying to help them. You know, you're giving them some advice. You're not just calling them a bunch of names and telling them that they're an asshole for asking questions in chat. No, I agree on both aspects. Like, there's, again, if I see a question and I have the answer and I'm not busy doing my own thing, like, you know, running through the game, then I stop and I answer people if I can. I don't mind helping somebody, you know, if I got the time and all that other stuff. But if you're asking question after question after question that follows the tutorial, like back to back to back to back to back, and you can just get all that information from the tutorial back to back to back to back to back, then I start to get, I won't even answer. I just shut up. I don't even say anything then at that point. I just look at chat, shaking my head. Like, I won't tell somebody. Because, again, there's no reason to belittle somebody in a fucking video game. If you do that, you're just a coward in my eyes, man, for real. And you got some real social issues. You need to take care of that shit. I'm very abrasive with people. Like, I tell people the truth, like, to their face. If I don't like you, I'm going to tell you I don't like you. Like, there's no in between with me. Either I like you or I don't like you. I don't sort of like you. So, but in the same breath, it doesn't matter. I'll help somebody. I'm not going to sit there and make somebody feel like a piece of shit because they asked a question. I just think that's crazy. I mean, we're adults, man. I'm not a little kid no more, man. I ain't got time for that back and forth schoolyard bullshit. You know? I am not hard to find, too. Like, I tell everybody, I live in Philly. What are you going to do? I drive a truck for a construction company in the city of Philadelphia. You can find me real quick. If you really hate me that much and you want to deal with something, then by all means. I'm not worried about that. Come see me. And I'm not saying that as a tough guy move or any of that other bullshit, but you get people in chat that really talk shit like that. Like, save that for real life confrontation. In a video game, man. Unnecessary. I hate how people treat people sometimes in this game. All I see is the bully mentality, and I hate bullies. I can't stand them. If you got to pick on somebody else to make yourself feel better, you are not a man to me, man. You are less than that. You're just a coward hiding behind a computer screen because you got anonymity, and that's it. Upgrade soon. I need some upgrades. But I also think the way that I feel about certain things is also why I don't get a lot of views sometimes, or I don't get a big number of viewership. And to be honest with you, I'm not changing the way I am for fucking streaming. I try to watch my curse. I know I just curse there, and I generally try to watch how I talk sometimes with the cursing part, because it can be kids watching. I don't want kids hearing me talk the way I normally talk. This is how I normally talk too, just like free with everything. I mean, you don't talk that way when you try to get a bank loan or a job or, you know, whatever. You have to, there's professional speech, but for the most part, people I talk to, that's how I speak with. And it's not even aggressive, it's just how we talk. It just sounds aggressive sometimes. But that's part of the reason why I don't get my views and things like that. And if you're in a video game and that's all you're doing, like that mentality can cause you a lot of trouble. So I don't get on Discord. You don't hear a lot of my streams with people that I don't know go very well. There's usually something happens in those conversations. They're funny too. If you can ever see some of my past, you hear how I talk to people. Unfortunately, I didn't grow up in gaming. I'm a part of the community, but I was an adult before gaming became real popular already. So I talk the same way I've always talked in gaming or in the streets. The same concept. It's hard for me to adjust sometimes because I'm so just used to talking this way. And I usually apologize for it a lot because I'm like, you know, I'm not trying to be a dick or I'm not trying to be aggressive. It just sounds that way. Because I'm really not. I just want to have fun in the video game. I'd rather not address certain issues in game. Like, you can't talk to me about politics because I'm almost positive someone's going to have a different political view to me. And it's going to be such a negative view to me. Maybe not to them, right? But to me, it'll be such a negative view. I react very poorly to things. And I just want to play the game. Just want to play the game. Talk about the game. I like when people ask questions about the game. You know? It's beautiful when you got people that actually care about the game. Well, at least the same game that I like. Don't talk to me about Call of Duty. That game has the most toxic players out of any video game I have ever been in my life. And the people talk about WoW and WoW chat. Nah, nothing. Call of Duty by far has the most racist, ignorant people I've ever seen in my life in the game. And what's funny is somebody could think you're something in the video game that you're actually not. Call you a bunch of names that they don't call you. I mean, I'll tell you what, when I really start talking the way I usually talk in Philly, I used to have people sit there and drop the N-word on me repeatedly in the Call of Duty lobby. And I'll be like, dude, you know, I'm fucking white. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you can't even, you're so ignorant and racist that you can't even... You know, you can't even get my fucking race right. Like, it's crazy, man. It's oh yeah, it does. But there's a difference when you're dealing with it. The real toxicity in Call of Duty generally comes from North Americans. It doesn't come from a lot of other countries. You don't get a lot of that. You may get some of it every now and then, but it's not. Maybe Australia. I think Australia is the only other country who has players that can offend you. Because they drop that C word like it's a regular thing. Right? Like, that's one of their best words. And I every time I hear that, I just feel like, oh my God, I can't believe you just said that. And I talk a lot of shit. But when I hear that, that's just normal speech for an Australian. Drop the C word. But I think they were the only ones that can make me go, damn, bro. Like, you talk worse than I do. Very funny though how that works. I get a kick out of listening to people sometimes, especially online, because I always go right back to what that everything to me returns to real life sometimes. Like, so if you have a confrontation online, I do. It's just something that I'm used to. Like, I deal with real life issues. I don't deal with this online bullshit. And that's why when you hear me talk about somebody, I always say, like, would you do that in real life? Would you say that to that person in real life? Because if you would, then, you know, okay, fine. But I know most people don't. But I'll get in an argument with somebody online, and that's what I'll go, would you, say that shit in real life. Like, you know, if you want to talk shit, really say it. And they'll go, this is a video game, it's not real life. No, you're talking to a real person, though. You're not talking to a game character. You really are speaking to somebody. I have respect for people when I talk to them. One-on-one. If I'm speaking to you, I am not going to disrespect you. Right. Some people say respect is earned. Is my philosophy on that? No, respect is not earned. Respect is lost. Do you automatically walk into a bank and start disrespecting the guy you're getting a bank loan for? No, you automatically show him respect. But if he's an asshole, you can lose respect for him. Right? That's how I feel. Everybody gets respect from the door. You lose respect. You don't earn it. You have to earn it back, but you don't earn it from the beginning. That's such a stupid comment. When people say that, oh, you earn respect. No, you don't. Do you automatically disrespect people? Is that what you're saying? No, you don't earn respect. No, Batavo, you're 100% correct. That's exactly what they're doing. It's because you have a much broader audience then, right? The more you can make a video game, they did a great job with this game, by the way. Let me just say this very clearly. Even with all the problems that I have with this video game, this is a massively successful video game for a broad base of players. You have players from all over the video game genres, every different genre playing this video game, because they have touched every genre in this video game and made something appeal to why you love the other style video game that you play. So the devs, 100%, this was a passion project for the devs, but they also used their brain, and I love that about devs. They didn't just think about money. They didn't just think about player base. They thought about everything. And so when I see something in a video game that relates to another video game, and you hear people talk about it in chat, and they say, oh, this is directly from this, they borrowed this and they stole this. They didn't steal shit. They were inspired by other genres, and they placed that feeling into the video game. And maybe they have things that reference or are similar to other video games. But, of course, because they realize that when we see that shit, we're going to have a nostalgic feeling for the video game that it represents. We're going to be, damn, this was in that game I played and I loved it. Smart. I mean, genius level smart. Because you do not see this from most companies, or most development companies. You see them try and focus on certain things. But this company touched on so much shit. There's not a player in this game that has played it yet that hasn't seen one aspect of a game that they've already played. Something reminds you of a video game you've already played. And that is genius level development. That is not, I'm not sponsored by these dudes. I don't know these guys. I've only had one time that I talked to developers, and that was right after Closed Beta 3 when they were doing the one-on-ones, and I actually got a one-on-one. Right, with the developers. And I asked them they asked me, and I just basically explained what I thought about the video game to them. Gave them some suggestions for cosmetic ideas. That was my whole entire thing. And it's free, yes, and it's free. I mean, come on. Like, nobody in their right mind can look at this video game and not think these guys were geniuses. They were incredible to think of the things that they thought of. and how much they can get from the video game. But that's the reason why I touched on that is because you said, do you think it's from 8 to 80? Yes, 8 to 80, absolutely, without a doubt. 8 to 80. They wanted every type of gamer in this game. So they made the game that way. I mean, if it had to be intentional, right? To fall into this accidentally, the way that you're developing a game, would be like 1,000,001 chance. Not that it's not impossible that they just started thinking this way as they were developing it, but I think it was definitely planned. And if it was, it's genius. I've thought about making video games before, right? I know what makes a video game good. I do. I know what appeals to video gamers. I've been playing games long enough. We may not be able to develop the games, but you damn sure if you've been playing games long enough, you know what's good in the video game. But I would focus on small aspects of the game that I wouldn't even thought of. I wouldn't even have thought of it. And so I would have just been limiting myself to a certain genre. But again, like I said, look at all the borrowed... What the hell was that? I just sped forward. Look at all the borrowed stuff that they have in the game. The quest and high banks, right? So if you go to high banks, where's it at? High banks is this it? No. High banks is here. Okay, so you go to high banks, right? There's a quest there. When you go into the room to get the other quest, to do the cafe quest where you get the item, there's a quest in there with a vending machine. And the vending machine actually talks to you and says it wants you to replace the cans that were out there or whatever it is. That instantly reminded me of the Cyberpunk 2077 quest with the vending machine that talks to you in the game and asks you to do, several quests for it. And you think it's alive. That's what it reminded me of. It was just instant nostalgia. Instantly. And when I saw that, I knew right away that was a borrowed idea from the video game. But a genius idea, because it got me to look at the game like, damn, these guys really, are trying to find those gamers. They're not aliens. Like, I think the only genre that's not in this game is turn-based tactics, right? The turn-based style games where you're going to move a square. I think that's the only thing that's not in this game. But they may have something in there that reminds somebody of that, just not with the turn-based mechanics. It's just amazing, what some of these developers can do when they really want to develop a good game. What is that? Void. God damn it. Oh shit, somebody's doing the other quest. Stop hitting me for a second, will you? That event right there. So disruptive to the entire server. I definitely need upgrades. Oh yeah, without a doubt. The day before, you could go back to the first original post from some of the YouTubers who posted about the day before. I have said the same thing from day one, and I'll say it again. The very first video that came out, you'll hear me talking about it in my Rust videos. The very first video that came out for the day before was incredible. I knew it was a fake video. I knew it was a concept video, but it had the look, the feel, the gameplay of a incredible game, right? It had everything. Again, it was touching a lot of bases that appealed to the gamers. But I always knew right after the second video that they put out, the very second video that they put out, I knew at that very moment that that was not real gameplay, that was fake. Even though they tried to claim it was real gameplay, no one shoots like that in their fucking, excuse my language, in any video game have I ever seen anybody shoot like that except for somebody who does not know how to use a controller or does not know how to use a mouse and a keyboard. That's the only thing so I knew it was fake. I'm just making the point. Then everything else after that, I knew it was bullshit. I knew from the door that it was a fake game, that it was never going to become a real game. And it wasn't a real game. No matter how much anybody says it, no matter how many times someone tries to claim it was a real game because it came out on Steam, it literally was shut down 3 days after it was out. It was never intended to be a real game. The graphic quality changed. Everything changed in the video game from what it was supposed to be to just a looter shooter extraction that was pointless. It was dumb. Their net coding was horrible, so you had desync issues repeatedly that were so bad that you couldn't even play the game sometimes. And then what really pissed me off was all these YouTubers, these famous YouTubers that built up this hype about the game initially, all putting the game down because they all thought the same way I did at some point. They were all doing negative stories on the game. And then when the game came out, you know what these little assholes did? I'm going to say it real clear. All of you, from Skills to all of those guys, they wound up going into the game, buying the game, playing it. Their base saw them playing the game, and they bought that piece of shit game, right, based off of what the YouTuber was doing. You just lied to your audience. You just told your audience to buy a piece of shit game and play it. You just cost your audience millions of dollars. The developers of that game walked away with over $2 million, even after all the reimbursements. They walked away with $2 million in their pocket. For nothing. For 100% asseted from the friggin' store, from the asset store, items. Everything was an asset. They didn't change anything within the game except for very small details to try and throw people off. But the assets were almost identical for everything. Such a money grab game. It's the same thing with what is it? Star Citizen. Star Citizen's the same concept. That game has been in development for like 13 years, 14 years, and it keeps asking for money through these packs that you can buy and becoming an investor. They will never reach their goal of having a game where everything is interactable, everything can be changed. There are no loading screens for not. They're never going to get there because once they go live with that game, the player base is going to skyrocket and the server load is going to be so intense that the game's going to be unplayable. EVE Online, a video game that has been around for over 13 years, has what they call time dilation programmed into the game. They actually made that so that you can play the game still. But the time dilation is so great in some of these battles sometimes where they got, thousands upon thousands of people fighting each other with all these effects, that it could take 15 minutes for something you did 15 minutes ago to actually happen on screen. So there's no way Star Citizen is going to ever become a video game that can handle the numbers and the loads, the stress loads that they're saying they need. It's just not going to happen. They don't have the processing power for that. It's just not possible. Hey, what's up, Sharon? I'm sorry. So those are the issues. Like, come on, let's be realistic about video games like we used to be. We used to have very low expectations for video games. If we could jump and hit a block, make a coin come out of it, that was great. We started putting expectations on video games as graphics cards and computing power got stronger and stronger and stronger. We started to want video games to be more realistic, more immersive, more engaging. That's fine. But we're never going to design a game that with those types of expectations. The expectation of the day before or the day after or whatever the fuck that game, the day before, the expectation for that game was so great, I knew they couldn't do it. And the only reason why I got into this game, I'll give the developers of the day before credit for this because they did it. The only reason I got into this game is because I was following the day before development and laughing at it the entire time. And when I saw it fail, I thoroughly enjoyed it and clapped my hands. I didn't buy that shitty ass game. I didn't even attempt to buy that shitty ass game. All right? It wasn't going to happen. I knew it was shit. I wasn't buying it, right? If you know something's shit, why are you going to buy it? No matter how much you polish, what's the saying? No matter how much you polish a turd, it's still a turd. It doesn't matter. So I didn't buy the game, but one of the YouTubers who played the game and then instantly refunded it, and I'll give him credit, and he told his audience not to buy it, happened to be a medium-sized streamer, I guess, maybe small to medium-sized streamer. He found this game and posted it. I didn't know who he was, never heard of him before in my life. I saw the video, I clicked on it, and bam, there you go. The rest is history. So the developers pushed me towards this game more often because after the first beta, I wasn't going to play this game no more. When the first beta kicked off, that was in 2021, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, December of 2021. When the first beta for this came off and it was just PvP and you lost all your items, I didn't want to play it anymore. So I just completely forgot about the game. And then through all that hype and then the guy coming back and showing it, it wasn't even the same game. Once Human wasn't even the same game after that. Wasn't even the same game. It completely changed from beta 1 to beta 2. I got in. I said, you know what? Let me give this a try again. Got in. I haven't looked back since. I loved every aspect of it. You know what's really funny though, Arn, is that there's still top. yeah, Patavo, exactly. But what's funny is this game is still sitting in Steam's top 10 most purchases, I believe, because of the cosmetics. I think it's still sitting in the top 10 as we speak right now. It could have dropped down a little bit because I think some of the hype around some of the cosmetics have been pulled aside. Yeah, see, I like when we have people who engage in the chat, who come on here, have a love for video games, and and have actual ideas and good conversations. So like so far, everybody that's contributed into my chat on my streams have been very. It's just a different. They're just different. I have to say, anybody who engages in my chat, they're not here negative. You know, it's not about being negative. It's about trying to find solutions and answers to issues that we find in our videos, or even in real life. Real life issues can come up, but I do like the engagements that I've been having lately on the stream, especially YouTube comments. YouTubers, for some unknown friggin' reason, seem to have a different outlook on things than a lot of other streaming platform comments. Not that there isn't intelligent, smart, educated, and adult-oriented people on the other platforms, because there is. It just seems like YouTube caters to that side of the community, like to a much older, much more engaging culture. Where's that house at? I'm missing this one. Oh, it's over here. So, there we go. Come here. Pink. I've just noticed that on most of the videos that I watch on YouTube, that the audience is generally older. They're not young. Or maybe I'm just watching older content. The content that's geared towards older people. I don't know. See, like, Twitch has a much broader age range. So you get, because, I mean, the typical games that you see on there and stuff like that. YouTube, I think, has a more eclectic age range. People who generally have been around a little bit longer. Oh, they're gonna milk every holiday that they possibly can, especially in North America. Halloween, Christmas, all that stuff. Because Halloween's coming up. There's gonna be Halloween themed everything. We're definitely getting some Halloween stuff, and it actually plays right into this game, right? Halloween style deviation. It would just fit. It fits perfectly. Yeah, we're gonna see some really good cosmetics coming out. I don't know who they have doing their cosmetics, because I don't know if the initial cosmetics that they implemented in the game were 100% their proprietary design. You know what I'm saying? Like, it seemed like some of the stuff, especially like some of the packs, like the glass packs and things like that, were assets that were already you could buy, and maybe they changed some aspects about it. At least that's my take on it. They seemed like the initial cosmetics were real basic, and maybe that was just because they had to rush through it. Yeah, you and me both, bro. I'm definitely purchasing cosmetics for Christmas and Halloween. Fuck, I mean, I already know I'm gonna spend a couple dollars. I don't even know the clues. I didn't even read that, but I already know what this is. So. I hate this part. Yeah, we're gonna have some pretty decent cosmetics coming out. I think I want to see what they do with the Halloween cosmetics first before I decide how I think they're gonna work through the Christmas ones. Because even in like Guild Wars 2, the Christmas ones they look really cool. They got like snow globe things in there and stuff like that. Cosmetics for like your backpack. You know, there you go. Prime example. You make a snow globe for the backpack for this character. Just make it a snow globe, and you're going to get. I'm going to buy it. If it's a fucking snow globe, I'm buying it. I'm sorry. That Batava, that's true. That's exactly a very real and true statement. Right. But I want to be as transparent as possible while I'm not. You know, like we were talking about this yesterday. How we'll get people coming in and offering to 1,000 viewers for you just contact me and all this other stuff. Give me your Discord info. One, I never give anybody my Discord info on somebody coming in trying to sell me something because there's a lot. Like again, Discord's token system is so easy to exploit. You can get anybody's account through their token by having them clip or click on a link and then stealing their I'll spit that shit out sooner or later. Anyway, stealing their Discord token, and then you have access to their whole entire account, and you then can just continually do it to other people through another. You just got another account to spam with. Basically, that's what they do. But I like to keep things as real as possible. Like, this is who I really am. I like to tell people this is who I really am. And again, I always tell people from the door that I have an abrasive personality. I do. I have an abrasive personality. I have a personality that can rub people the wrong way very easily. Just by the way that I say things. Even though I may not mean them that way, it's how I talk about it. Or how I say something. Yeah. It's harder to interpret somebody through chat. It's a lot easier to interpret somebody through their voice and inflections, right? I read voice inflections very well. So I can tell if you're a dick from the door. Like when I talk to somebody, I can already tell whether they're going to be an asshole and I'm not going to like them. Just straight up. And I don't even continue the conversation then after that point because it's just going to make me angry and make me react. And then I look like the asshole, right? But online, I try to let people know, like, you might get away with calling me some shit online. I may not respond to you, but don't think that that's not rolling around in the back of my head. God forbid the internet, the internet God should ever develop something where when somebody talks that trash online, you can push a button and shock the shit out of them or something. Because there'd be a lot of shocked individuals around me. Or virtual reality like Player One, where you can hit somebody and they can actually feel it. Yeah, somebody's getting knocked the fuck out online, man. Right? There's going to be you're going to see a lot of people as you're walking by just getting hit for no reason by people. But yeah, I mean, if you're going to present yourself a certain type of way online, I think that should be who you really are. Right? I know a lot of people that go into online gaming to lose themselves, especially a lot of people who are picked on, and they come into video games and then they start being the bully. I've seen that happen a lot with people. I know in real life that they're picked on, and then they come into the video game and they take all that anger and frustration that they have because they can pretend to be somebody else, or they build up their ego within a video game. And that's a dangerous thing too, to build up your ego within a video game. Just play the game, right? Play the game, sit back and relax. Yeah, exactly. We need to earn that cosmetic. But just play the game. Sit back and relax, man. Just enjoy the video game that you're playing. Why are you getting drawn into these conversations? And again, I give the best advice in the world. I don't always follow it. So I am not innocent in this at all. I have fed into trolls trolling me, and most of it is because I enjoy confrontation. In my real life, I don't mind. I enjoy confrontation. I enjoy back and forth, right? I enjoy debates. I enjoy, and if I'm being 100% honest, if I get in a fight, I enjoy that too, right? It's not that I seek it out. I don't go looking for it. I do not go looking for trouble or drama in my life. I think that's, if you do that, you're just an asshole. And again, you're just being a bully then at that point, if that's what you're doing. But I don't shy away from it. I guess I should say that. I don't shy away from it. So why am I shying away? That was my mentality. I got to admit, that was my mentality through gaming most of my gaming life. Why shy away from it? Just deal with it. Piss the person off so much they stop playing, and then you don't have the headache of them, you know. But nowadays, people don't care about that. You can't really force somebody out of a video game anymore. We used to be able to do that. There was a time when me and my clanmates, we used to be able to talk so much shit to somebody that they didn't even want to play the game anymore. And that's because they were an asshole. So we would make them realize what being real assholes really was, and we would make them quit the video game. You know, if you're in here to prey on other people, then why are you playing the game? You're in for the wrong reason. In for the wrong reasons. Oh no! Don't you say. Let me exploit a little bit here. I gotta get close. Hey, buddy. Haha, you missed me. You're way late on that, buddy. That's a good tactic, though, brother. That is a good tactic. Hey, you want to help me out? I appreciate it. You want to give me a hand? Want to shoot on the mobs? I'm good with that. Come on. Give me a hand. Yo, come on. I need help. Come help me out. That's how I handle people that do stuff like that. See right there, him coming over and shooting that spider that was right in front of me that he knows I would have turned and shot. That's, to me, that's just a douchebag move. You're just trying to kill all the mobs around me because you're a douchebag. Like, there's no reason for you to do that. I don't like people like that. Oh, you got the douchebag down perfect, don't you? Yeah, that's the problem with the servers too. I mean, if you guys are still a part of this community or whatever, I mean, I am trying to get a nice, decent community together where people can play video games without all the drama and shit like that. I mean, it would be nice. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to do that, but if we have one when, you know, the new patch comes out and the October stuff, and we all want to get in the same server and just enjoy gaming, I'm down for that. I don't care. I'll join any server I have to if we're going to have a nice community within it. Kind of lessens the bullshit you have to deal with. And I should be eating and drinking and watching my stuff. But I'm not. Alright, what else do I gotta do here? Nothing. Let me go see if I got enough to make the stuff I need now. It would be great to have like everybody that at least I think is cool. I don't know anybody in person, but so far through chat wise, everybody's cool. And us all playing together and just having, you know, fun. Because I do. I want to escape my day-to-day bullshit that I have to deal with in the real world. I want to come into a video game and I want to be able to immerse myself in the game and get away from all that drama that I might have had to endure during the day. Oh, I can do it. Yes. Wait, let me see something before I do that, though. I haven't been checking this stuff. Do I already have this stuff? Not enough yet. I guess, you know what? Yes, it is. And I'm going to do it too. I could do this again. Once I go get this blueprint, I could do it again. I think I could do it again. Oh, yeah, I could definitely do it again. Nice. You know, I'll do it as I develop them. I'll check and see. All right, let me check. What's my next weapon I should boost if I can? Probably the pistol. But I gotta make sure it doesn't use the same mods as the other one. I can't do that. Look at this, man. It's like, wait, 40 out of, are these all selected? And not even close. With all of these selected, I still can't get. That's funny. No matter what, I just need more of them. Oh, wait, I didn't do that one. Hold on. Yeah, it's still no good. Didn't even change. Alright. So no on that. Armor. I'll never use these, of course, but nope. Lone Wolf. Gloves are heavy, of course. last piece will be Lone Wolf shoes, but I don't think I can do these yet either. Yeah. Alright, I'm good. So let's get armor wise. Where are we at? Now try it. Nah, it's good. Batavo, it's really enjoyable when you meet people within whatever community that you're in, right? So, once human. The people that have commented on my stream so far, even if they don't agree with me at 100%, what the shit that I say sometimes, they've been every single person so far that, and I was just talking about this yesterday to one of my buddies in real life. And I said, this community, the people that have been coming, it's just different. It's you feel this difference in the way that when you know that you like somebody, or you know that you like their comments, or you know that they know what they're talking about. It's just a different feeling. It's not just somebody coming on trying to troll the chat, talking bullshit, you know what I mean? Or trying to troll my build video, which I've gotten several people that have already tried to do that. It's when you meet somebody who actually appreciates the game and wants to see the game succeed as much as you do. Those are the people I like having around me. I really do. You know, we may not come from the same environment. We may not even talk the same in real life, right? Some people talk, but our values and the way that we see things may be similar. Because I truly believe that people have more in common with each other than what we don't have in common, right? I really do believe that. And I can overlook somebody. Oh God, I hate this. Get away from my base. Anyway. And it doesn't matter where you come from or what background you come from, right? If you have like-minded issues and like-minded problems, it doesn't matter how you talk, it doesn't matter how you act, you know? Your thought process, especially in video gaming, how you are in real life doesn't generally affect me, right? It may affect how you are online. But if you're like this online, I look at you the same way in real life. You're probably a person who I could have a conversation with without having an issue, without having words with somebody. And I enjoy those types of communities, man. You may not, I don't talk about it much, but there's nostalgia here too when I meet people who are older, not so much old, but older, who, or at least are mature. I should say mature, not older, that are mature. Because when I ran my clan, I was the clan leader for like 11 years for a clan called GU Soldiers. We started out in Aliens vs. Predator 2, and we just expanded from there. We've played all the original Battlefields, like when they first came out. This is we had a core group. A lot of the guys were in the military. Some people were, in college. Some people were. We had people from all over the world, literally all over the world, from down in South America to all over Europe, to the Asian community. We had an Asian community within our group, and we all just sat there and bullshitted. Everybody just loved it. We just loved playing video games. And so, but they all thought like I did. And gaming was sort of new then, like online gaming was sort of new then. So we kind of like developed the etiquette for gamers. Like we were there when spawn killing first came out. I believe the first time I ever heard of spawn killing, and I shit you not, was when we were playing Battlefield 1942. It was the first time I ever heard the term spawn killing. And we just said it. Because somebody was like in chat, and we were like, yo, stop spawn killing people. Like, stop sitting at their spawn killing them. And then we used to write in chat, SK, and then we mean spawn kill. Like, I never heard anybody say that outside of us. Not saying we invented that, because we probably didn't. But I'm saying I never heard of that before that day we played that game. And then we had it was just different, and I miss it. So when I could talk to cool people online, when we could talk about a game like this, and we can engage in it without having this. I know this seems like excessive, me talking about that, but it feels good. It does. It feels good to engage with people that's familiar to when you used to, and it's easier. Yeah. Every person that's come on my channel has been cool as shit so far. Let me just say that. And it reminds me of how cool the people were that I used to game with before. And I've been trying to find a community like that for the longest time. But most people don't talk like I do, or think like I do, or feel the way I do. And I know that's not everybody. And I'm hard on people. You know, if I hear you and you're just like rambling, I ramble a lot, by the way. But if you're rambling with and it's not coherent, I have problems with that. Because then you're just bitching, and I don't want to hear that either. You got both? Wait. All right. So, Desu, is the treasure hunter for the normal drill, or is it for the solar drill? And I'll tell you another thing. Between those two choices, I would choose sulfur chemist every single time. Every time. I would choose sulfur chemist. Acid is a much harder resource to find or to maintain because of the amount you need to use. And not having to worry about acid anymore is a beautiful thing. Okay, so you don't get 100% star crime when you go to mine it. But there's enough star crime, and it spawns rapidly enough that you'll get the amount of star crime that you need if you need it. All right, well, see, now, yeah. Now we have an issue then. Well, it won't be for solar drill. It'll be for advanced drills or electric drill. Solar drill treasure hunter is different. It's not the same. There's literally a treasure hunter for solar drill. Or at least that is how I have seen it before. It might not be that way now. I haven't gotten treasure hunter in a long time, so I'm only speaking about what used to be. I mean, treasure hunter is good if you have a means to make your acid already. Easy. Like, make acid easy. If you don't, I'd always choose the acid over treasure hunter. Always. I have to stick with that, regardless. The only reason why I hesitated there is because the electric drill is the only thing you can carry over to the next season. You can't carry a solar drill over. It didn't used to be. There used to be actually a treasure hunter specifically for the solar drill, and it would say it. It said treasure hunter, and then it would tell you it was for the solar drill. Now that might have been in the old beta, but I haven't gotten treasure hunter since I've played on the server on any of my characters, by the way, any of them. So I'm not speaking from fact for now. I'm only speaking what was. Okay. All right. Then I'm wrong and you guys are right. Thank you. Perfect. So the one time that I did pay a sub treasure hunter, I was an idiot for it. But I would take acid anyway. I got to be honest with you. Yeah, but treasure hunter is only for gold, silver, and star crown. That's it. That's the only benefit of treasure hunter. That's it. That's what it says in the description. So I don't see any other benefit for it. Acid you use all the time for. No. I believe that you guys are right, and I'm just. It was either in a beta that I saw that. Well, it had to be in a beta that I saw that, but I can't be 100% sure. Yeah, that's true, Batavo. Absolutely. But I would not pick treasure hunter. I wouldn't. I mean, if you're gonna sell the drills, but then you got to go farm the shit. You got to go farm the gold and all that stuff. Yeah. I mean, sulfur chemist is hard to get. I'm not even gonna. It is so rare now in the game to see somebody pull sulfur chemist. I absolutely would choose sulfur chemist over everything. I don't know. It's hard to pull. It's a hard thing to pull now. They did something with it. Yeah, see, it does. It says advanced drills and electric drills. That's what it says. Right. But people have gotten it and they're saying that they crafted the solar drill and it works. So it must apply to the solar drill too. I just misinterpreted what it was saying. Ah, batteries are easy to make, brother. Hold up, I got a phone call coming in. Yo, what's up? Hello. I'm streaming right now. That's how. Yes, I'm streaming. No, streaming, you weirdo. What are you talking about? I'm saying, that's the new word, weirdo, isn't it? Yeah. So what are you doing? You just get back from Florida? Right. Why didn't you call me then? Why'd you wait till now? You know. What have you been doing? What's so? And there wasn't a 5 minute time period within all that you could have just hit me up and been like, yo, hey, how you doing? I think I was dealing with a perpetual migraine. That's why. Yeah, I got to think of an answer why I didn't call you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So what happened? Anything good down in Florida happen? The star of the show. You're the star of the show. I'm still here, guys. I'm just talking to. No, they don't hear you. Hold on. Hold on. I'll put you on speakerphone. Then they can hear you.
Oh, hello everybody. I hope Sean kicks all your asses.
This is not that type of game. It's player versus
Oh.
environment. It's not kill
Oh,
other
sorry.
people.
All right, take me on the speaker.
That
Then
is
I'm ruining
so
everything.
wrong.
So wrong.
So, all right. So now you're on stream, so you might as well, please my
Yeah,
audience.
I'm not talking no more. You can take me off.
Right now, you're getting. I think it's like a five-way going on right now.
Oh, five-way? That's tasty.
Yeah, yeah, it's a five-way.
A five-way.
Yo, all right. Batavo says hello.
Hi, you can take me off the speaker now.
No, 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 no. I want to. Okay, I'll take you off speaker. I'm only kidding.
You're going to say that you are, but you're not.
No, I am going to take. Tia, I don't lie. You know that about me. If I tell you I'm going to take you off.
It's not Tia, it's Ingrid.
Ingrid. No, it's not. It's Tia, by the way. She got a hooker name. She got a hooker name.
I'm a hooker.
A stripper name. I'm sorry. It's a stripper name. You just say her name and you visualize a pole. All right, I took you off stream. This way, they don't have to hear you. Somebody says, Batavo says you have a beautiful voice, and Ernesto says hello also. Okay. See, Batava, you shouldn't have said anything about her being beautiful because now she's saying she is beautiful. I didn't say you weren't beautiful. I'm just saying, you check that ego. No, 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 no. I don't got no ego. Shit, I don't care about being number one. I just know I'm number one.
Oh, here we go.
No, there's a difference. There is a difference between the two, right? I don't take that. I don't take like if I play basketball, I already know I'm gonna beat the person I'm playing because I know I can play basketball better than them. But I don't take that and throw it in their face. See, there's a difference. And the ego is me sitting there, putting them down and making them feel like shit, and then telling them how better I am than them. Me knowing that I'm better is different. That's not an ego. That's just the truth. No, no. Patava. No, I just read something he wrote. No, no, not like that. Like, she got a stripper name. So the pole is she can swing around on it. Like the stripper pole. Not the size of her. No one's that thin. Not a single person in the world is that thin. Well, no, matter of fact, I ain't going to lie because I know somebody who is like that. But, I mean, when you can see somebody's shoulder bones and hip bones and all that other kind of stuff, that's just a fucking skeleton with a coating on it. Then at that point, that's not even a human being. There's some bad people out there. None. We're talking about the video game. We were talking about the video game and how much we enjoy the video game and what we would like to see in a video game. My audience is or I shouldn't say my audience. The people that join my channel and talk to me and chat, they are a little bit more eclectic and mature. They're not a bunch of screamers and what I call fucking tweakers and shit that are just in the game just shouting stupid shit. They actually have solutions and questions. So we're just talking about that right now. That's what we were doing before you called. But I mean, we could talk about sex if you want to too. It's all right. Anyway, so I mean, how was your sister? How was your sister's promotion and all? So now what is she planning on doing? Is she going to do more than 20 plus? Wait, she didn't take that promotion to captain and commit to more than 2 to 3 years? I don't know. I would tell her to stay in and pull that. I mean, how old is Aaliyah now? Yeah, yeah. Get to 20 and out, I guess, then. She's close to 20, right? Or is she over? Yeah. 31? Yeah, she needs to retire. She needs to take that military pension and just fucking sit back and relax. Yo, Ernesto, I don't have to shoot my shot. This is like a guaranteed thing. There's no there's no shooting a shot with you. Me and her go way back. Actually, who I'm talking to she was my girlfriend back when I was just before I went into service. So when I was 15, 16 years old. And then when I went into service, since I might as well tell you guys the story. I'm telling them to you. Yep, absolutely. So anyway, listen to this shit. Tell me how you all would act if this happened to you. Now, mind you, I'm only 17 years old, right? I joined the military at age 17. So I'm still young. At 17 years old, you're still young-minded. You still don't... Okay, that's fine. Anyway. Okay, I was 17, she was 15. It's not... She wasn't underage. I was only 17. Anyway, I went into the service. So I was in boot camp. In boot camp... Hold on, no, just stop. Right, we were in a relationship for 2 years before I went in the military. Right, fine, okay. So anyway, she's making sure I tell you guys this. So I went into the military, right? I went into boot camp, I flew out. She was there when I flew out. She went with me to the airport, and I flew out. My family was there. I flew out to Orlando, Florida, which is where I was going to boot camp. And when I checked in, everything was fine. We go through this thing called 1-5 day, right? So basically, it is on the first week, 5th day that you're there. The boot camp instructors, the CCs, right? We call them CCs. They come in and they just tear you apart. They do all that yelling and screaming. They rip your shit out of your lockers. They throw it all over the place. So I mean, you go through it's like Hell Week. You go through Hell Week, and then what they're trying to do is just weed you out. If you're gonna break down and cry and all that other stuff, they're gonna ship you out. So anyway, I was the youngest person in the Navy at that moment. At that very moment that I had joined, I was the youngest person in the Navy at that time by 2 months. I had everyone else beat by 2 months. So now I'm in boot camp, right? And I'm just thinking, let me get through boot camp. Everything will be fine. I'll be able to go back to my girl. Eventually we'll be at an age where we can get married. I'll have the military, all the military benefits of being married, all that bullshit, and everything will be fine. So on our second week, we get our first call home, like our first phone calls that we can go to. So we go to the commissary. It's not called the commissary. Maybe it is called the commissary. Anyway, I've been out a long time. So I go there. There's phone booths there. Phone booths. This is not cell phone era, okay? So there's no fucking cell phones. I go to the phone booth, right? So I go call her up. Some dude answers the phone. All right, well, yeah. She was on the phone. He wound up picking up the phone. When he picked up the phone, it's just specifically someone I told her not to be around. Because you know how dudes can tell other dudes like their girl, right? So this guy likes Tia. He likes her. I already knew that. And I always knew that he was trying to get with her and all this other bullshit. But I was with her. So I told her, yo, don't be around him because, I'm in boot camp. I can't, I don't trust dude. It's not her that I don't trust. It was him that I don't trust. But when he answered the phone, I had already told her prior to going, stop messing with this dude. Don't let him be in your house and all that other shit while I'm in boot camp. Because I don't want to stress boot camp. I gotta make it through boot camp. So I don't want the problems from back home affecting my military service. Sure enough, dude answers the phone. I'm 17 years old still, right? How am I supposed to react to that? Tell me, chat, how would you react to that? Right? How would you react when you picked up the phone, you were talking to your girl, some dude picks up the phone, regardless, and you know that guy likes her, and he's in her house. Okay? And you're in boot camp 1,000 miles away, or 2,000 miles, what is it? 2,000, isn't it? It's 1,000 some odd miles or whatever, from Philly to Florida. You're all the way down at the opposite end of the coast. You can't do anything. You're stuck in boot camp, and you're just trying to make it through all of that bullshit that you have to deal with in boot camp. So you don't want that stress of home life on top of you too, because it's going to make you fail boot camp. So all I can do is tell her, we're done. It's basically what the whole conversation was. I mean, I was mad. I was shouting. But I was like, we're done. We're done. We're done. Because I had to focus on boot camp. I had to focus on passing boot camp and then getting in the... Because boot camp is in the military. It's just an entrance to the military. They're trying to see if you're worthy to actually go into the military at that point. So there's still an opportunity you can get kicked out of your military service. I don't want to be kicked out of my military service. So. Which is exactly what happened, Desu. I basically hung up the phone and then I never talked to her again. Until I got through boot camp, and then I went back home and we had a conversation. But it was more or less at that point I was focusing on my military then, and I wasn't focusing on... Yeah, but it wasn't even... yeah, I did assume something was going on, but it wasn't even that. It was the fact that I told you not to have him around you, and you did anyway. So there was a trust issue at that point. You did. He was in your house. Yeah, you had a party, and he showed up, so you did have him. Doesn't matter. He came in the house. Doesn't matter. But you should have been checking people at the door before they came in for the party. You should have made sure. Doesn't matter. I don't care. He was in the home. He picked up the phone. All that shit. Anyway, so that was our outcome, right? Now, mind you, she was one of my first loves, right? So years later, years and years later, our lives are going in different directions, you know, and we with different people, all that other kind of stuff. But we still maintained, you know, we were still in contact with each other. And it's just that we still play this back and forth game. She is actually with somebody right now. I'm not. So she's actually with somebody right now, and it's a relationship. So I don't pursue anything with her on that level because I don't want to interfere with somebody else's. I never do that. I don't jump in the. I'm never going to jump and cheat or have somebody cheat on their husband with me. It's just not going to happen. I'm not that type of dude. I don't do that kind of stuff. I know it's not your husband, but during you know what I mean? So I don't do that kind of like I have respect for other people. Like I'm not one of them dudes you ever got to worry about like trying to crack on your girl. I just don't do that. I have respect for my friends and people that I know and even other people that are in relationships. I'm not that slimy fucking dickhead. I never been like that in my life. I would never crack on somebody else's girl. Well, I'm only across the country right now. But that's besides the point. That's just a temporary situation. Right. But what happens when I come back? Right? Exactly. So then that has to be addressed. And you haven't even started addressing that. Right? If I come back and you want to be with me, then there's a whole conversation that you have to have with dude. Right, exactly. And you haven't even started that conversation. So, although we do talk the way we talk, and I do enjoy the little flirtatious shit and all that other stuff. I do. I enjoy it. And I enjoy our conversations. Right now, there's not the possibility of a relationship. We couldn't even get in a relationship even if we wanted to right now. Because you haven't even addressed that issue with the person that you're with and all the problems. I mean, you've addressed it with him. You've talked to him about his shit, but not about ours. You know what I mean? Not about what's between us. Not KIA. Yeah, not be a home wrecker, bro. No, I will never be a home wrecker. Yes, that's the exact words I was looking for. Thank you. Right. Not. I'm trying to explain why I don't do what I do. It wasn't just specifically towards you. I don't do that to other people's girls because it doesn't seem like I wouldn't want that to happen to me, to you. You know what I mean? So I think like that when even though I know I have to. I've done this one. I did do that one time, and it wasn't even dude's girl. He was interested in her. He wanted to be with her. It was a guy I was in the service with, by the way. He called me up. I had just got off of my watch. So the next day he had watch. He called me up, told me, "Yo, can you come to the hotel and spend time with my girl?" And he said my girl because I have to go to watch and I trust you and I want to So I was like, all right, sure. And I had no intentions on messing with his girl. So let me get that out there right there. I don't want anybody to misinterpret this. I get to the hotel. It's the first time I'm meeting her. He introduces me to her. She's pretty, very pretty. And I'm like, okay, I mean, I noticed that about her, but I'm like, this is my man's girl. I'm not going to, my best friend in the military. I wasn't going to fucking mess with his girl. But while I was there, she wanted to go out, so I took her out. Took her out to the movies, took her out to dinner, because that's what he wanted me to do. Just do whatever she wanted to do, and that's what she wanted to do. We get back to the hotel. I'm ready to go back to my place, and she goes, "Yeah, can you hang out some?" And, I want a couple drinks, this and that. And I'm like, all right, cool. So I'm young. I'm still young. I'm only fucking 18 and a half, 19 years old. And I'm like, I'm still young, dumb, and full of, everybody knows the statement, I hope. Anyway, I'm sitting there and we're drinking. Yeah, we're drinking. And she starts to hit on me. And I knew it, I knew she was attracted to me. So I'm like, this is fucked up. So I'm like trying to keep her at bay. But eventually the alcohol starts kicking in, right? Because we're drinking. And once the alcohol starts kicking in, dudes don't think with their brain then at that point. They think with the other head. And sure enough, I did. So I knocked her off. And then that was it. Nothing was known the next day. My man came back. He was with her. He spent the rest of the week with her. And then she had to go back to Colorado. They were from Colorado. So anyway, she had to go back to Colorado. At Christmas time, shit you not, we have mail call on the ship. I get all these packages, like 3 or 4 packages, Christmas packages, all wrapped up and everything else. I'm like, who the fuck is sending me Christmas packages? Because I know it ain't my family. I'm like, damn. So I read it, and it's his girl sending me packages. So I'm like, yo, I was like, your girl sent me some Christmas gifts. And I'm like, what? And he, no, in my head, I'm like, this is crazy. And he's going, oh, she did? I didn't get anything. And that's what he said. I didn't get anything. I said, well, maybe they're coming. Maybe I just got them early. You know what I mean? And he's like, yeah, that's probably what happened. That's because mail service in the military, when you're out at sea, is not fucking, is not reliable. But here, she only sent me shit. And with a note telling me that she wanted to be with me. And I turned around and, because I felt guilty for everything that, you know, for that. This is why I'm getting to the point of why I don't fucking ever do this again. I never did it again. I never hurt another dude in my life like that again by being with his woman. Even though I had plenty of opportunities, I just never did it. It's because I hurt my best friend, and he stopped being my best friend. And the only reason he stopped being my best friend, and it bothered me, because he was my best friend in the military, is because I showed him the note that she wrote, because I felt guilty. So now this is where my mindset's at. I got hurt, right, in boot camp, and then I just did this shit, and I promised that I would never do this to anybody else. So, again, I developed values and morals that me a little late, but, you know, to avoid those situations, but early enough to never be involved in that type of shit again. So, although I talk to her, I don't, and we flirt back and forth. I don't pursue it too hardcore because she's with somebody and I can't be with her right now. So when I finally can, I don't know where we're going to be in our lives. So I'm not stressing it. Even though I love talking to her, even though I love talking shit to her, even though, you know, you guys know what I'm talking about. So we have conversations sometimes. Me, it's on my end. She's not graphical at all. I wish she was, but she's not. No. I still try to get her. Listen, I still trying to get her to send me titty pics, and it's not happening. So, yeah, she says she's a lady in the streets, but you know what that means in the sheets. She ain't a lady. She ain't a lady. I'm bringing video cameras when we finally hook up. You'll care because I'm bringing a crew with me to video it. I want a boom operator. I want to. Yeah, of course we'll make money off it. I'm bringing a boom operator, 2 cameras, a fucking director. Yep, they're gonna be sitting in them chairs. You know, the chairs with their names on it, the canvas chairs, the movie chairs and shit. Yeah, that's where they're gonna be sitting. Right at the end of the bed. Gonna have drinks. Yeah, we'll have some drinks. Yeah, no, you're right, Ernesto. I didn't pursue it, right? Because she already did what she did, so there was no way for me to move. Not only that, but I felt like a real dickhead. I'm not even gonna lie. Like the way I felt, how much I felt like I betrayed my best friend's trust, and I did. I did betray my best friend's trust. You know, because he didn't even think about that being a possibility, right? Because it was me. That's why he called me. He even told me that. He said, the only reason I called you is because I couldn't trust anybody else. Like, that even made me feel worse. Now, by the way, me and him still talk. We still, but years later, this was years later that we wound up getting in touch with each other, and I was talking to him, and I had apologized for all of that to him. But years later. So, it's crazy. But, yeah. This is some funny shit. So now you know why. Again, I'm a very open, honest person. I don't try to hide anything. I'm on stream. I can mute the mic if I want to, but then, you know, I lose my audience to what little bit of audience that I have. And she's not gonna say anything stupid anyway. Tia doesn't talk like that. I'm the only one that talks like that. She'll joke around, but she won't. Anyway, none. I'm just saying when you work out that issue that you have with your significant other right now, and there's no obstacles in our way, then we can really like do something between me and you. But until then, I mean, there's not much. It's a lot of joking and flirtatiousness, and I say that. No, but it's not like I don't want to pursue it. See, I just can't. I do. And technically, I can't do it even if you left him right now. So it's even worse because I'm stuck in this situation that I'm stuck in now. Well, it's two different types of situations. So. You laying next to this person, and I'm just taking care of the person. There's a big difference. Big difference. Actually, no, not really, because you're just taking care of dude too. Yeah, Batava. And I knew that, right? So, like, I've had 4 serious relationships in my life. 4 of them. Like, and 3 of them lasted longer than 7 years each. So, I'm very loyal to the person that I'm with when I'm with them. It doesn't even matter. Like, I don't care about shit. I don't care if I'm with somebody and they gain weight or whatever it is. If you say you love somebody, you love somebody. It doesn't really matter what happens in between that. You have to be loyal to that, and I am. I'm very loyal to people that I consider my friends or that I consider, that. But I had to learn that loyalty, and I learned it the hard way. When my friend told me he didn't even want to talk to me anymore, that hurt because I was like, he's the only person that I really dealt with. I mean, I had a lot of friends in the military. I mean, but he was my closest friend. He was the one that, when we went out, we always went out. He was always the one, you want to go out? Yeah, let's go. And it was, we'd go out and all that other stuff. And he was from Colorado, and he was cool. I had never met nobody from across, before I left Philadelphia for the military, I'd never really been outside my state or my city, for that matter. So meeting other people was, great. You want to see Tia on my streams? She won't do that. Yeah, she won't do that. She would never get on the stream. Yeah, like so that they can see you. No, they would. Well, I mean, they want to see you. So you'd have to give them. They want to see some. Nah, I don't know if they want to see your. I don't know. Maybe from, the neck down, give some screenshots. No. I'm only playing. I know. You got a picture of me? I ain't got a picture of you. I am a lot more giving. You're right. She said I'm a lot more giving. Yeah, I am a lot more giving. Above average. Yeah, you heard her talk. Ernesto, you heard her talk. He's like, I think it's only bro. You heard her talk. It's definitely a female here. I don't know. He might be talking about something else he said. There's a delay in the chat, so I don't instantly see what they're talking about. Talking about Kincaid. Oh yeah, these are the. I'm sorry. He answered it for me, but yeah, these are Deviant boxes. You get them from where the hell did I get these again? I don't know where I got them from. Oh, the shop. I'll show you. The Battle Pass shop. So you can buy stuff in the Battle Pass with the currency that you earn as you're going through the Battle Pass. So weapon skins, weapon charms, and then that, and then collection. So I bought this already, and then I bought this today with the keys that you get from the battle pass. That's where the outfit comes from and everything else. And then all this is just the regular cosmetic stuff. So this is none of this is functional. It's all decoration. Right? That's crazy though in the game. Like it's non-functional shit, but you can make a whole entire house. I can make a bathroom if I wanted to, cause I got a sink and a toilet. No urinal though. No, I don't got a toilet. A sink and a tub. You can do what most guys do and just pee in a tub. That's stupid. What's that?
I said I just read something. So one.
What you read? Yeah.
I'm trying to get your love book and he likes roaches.
But isn't that true though? Don't most guys go for like these? I mean, at least in my experience, I've seen it a dime a dozen times. Always going for somebody who's, like, that's what Kim was. Kim, I called her a roach every time, and that's just because of her attitude, the way that she walked around, and the way that she wanted to use people. Like, I can't be around people like that want to use people like that. Yeah. And then what she did with my kid and all that other stuff. So. But, I mean, she can rot in hell. She can die tomorrow, and I wouldn't even blink twice about it. I'd get a call from Sean telling me, "Yo, you gonna come to my mom's funeral?" And I'd be like, "No, fuck your mom." That's it. That's how much I don't like her. No, no, it wouldn't be that way. Because if you're gonna reach out, if you're gonna finally reach out after, I don't know when it's up. If you're going to reach out finally after the fact, after all these years, and you're going to turn around and you had allowed her to influence your decision and your opinion of me this entire time, then what am I going to do at that point? Like, I'm of course, he's my son. I'm going to talk to him, but I'm not going to be happy about the conversation. I'm not going to be happy that his mother had to die for him to feel free to talk to me, right? That's not even a good thing, right? The thing is that he was in my life all those years, and then she took him away, and then that was it, right? So and then she poisoned this person, who's my son, who I helped raise, and you poison him into not talking to me. You poisoning him thinking I'm the problem when you're the problem. I mean, look at her lifestyle now. It's and not only that. I mean, how many times did I have to file a police report against a dumb bitch so I can get my kid? Literally, like. That's proof that I wanted my son in my life. That she was using my son as a chess piece, and that fuck out of here. Like anybody, like she's lucky she's still walking the earth. Then that's not an exaggeration, I would say. She's lucky she's still walking. You do some shit like that, like I don't. That was when she did that. Oh, so okay, all right. You threw that conversation right out the window and went with the sexual shit. All right, all right. Ain't nobody heard what you said though. You got to say that again, just so they know. She just said to me while I was talking. She said, "Well, after a night with you, I wouldn't be walking either. I'd be lucky to be walking. Yeah. Yeah. You know what that means, guys? Yeah. I'm just saying. There's no ego there." She's gonna need a wheelchair afterwards. And an ice pack, yeah, and an ice pack. That's funny. Yeah, Ernesto, it's what it is I have a daughter and I have a son. My daughter is all grown up. I have, you guys know I'm older, so I have grandkids. And my daughter's fine. My daughter was in my life. Everything was, perfect. We didn't have any issues. My son, he was in my life for 17 years of his life, and then me and his mother weren't together, and she took him away and then poisoned my son at the age of 17. To and I haven't really had a decent conversation with my son since then. So yeah, that's what's got to happen, Ernesto. You're right. They should be talking about how their legs hurt afterwards. I told you, no, YouTube is like a minute or two behind what I'm saying. So they're hearing something from me like 2 minutes later and they're responding. So we may move on to another subject, but I have to respond in real time to them when they say something so that they know. Right? That's how. I don't know why YouTube's chat is so far behind the conversation, but it is. It's not really, really far behind, but it's far enough. Doesn't mean you weigh it, son. Nah, bro, I don't weigh it, son. Nope, ain't got nothing to do with. Ain't got nothing to do with any of that. But anyway, no, I'm just talking on stream because you guys are talking. You know, I'm not hiding anything I'm saying. I mean, it's a phone conversation. I don't want to get off the stream and I don't want to get off the phone call, so you guys are going to hear my phone call. It's just really that simple, and I'll respond as we're talking in real time. But yeah, no, she swings on a pole. She's not as thin as a pole. She swings on a pole. You got to throw them dollars. Throw them dollars. Make it rain. Anyway. You can't get anywhere with $1 now. You throw $1 at a stripper now, man, they just look at you like, what the fuck what is this? What is this? No, they ain't buying shit with $1 nowadays. Yeah, Ernesto, I got grandkids. When I got out the service, I got a woman pregnant. So that kind of, I was going to Penn State. I had already applied, and I was going up for, what the hell they call it? You go up and you walk around the campus. So I had gone up and walked around the campus. And when I came back, I had found out that the girl that I had slept with was pregnant. So I kind of like, that was it. You know what I mean? I was done at that point. Yeah, I know. I don't sound like it, Ernesto. I don't look like it either. I don't look like a granddad at all. I mean, I could show pictures of myself and you guys would be like, what the fuck? But anyway.
Very good looking man.
Thank you, Tia. Yeah. You can say it, but they didn't. I got you. I don't have you on speakerphone, so they didn't hear what you just said. It's okay, though. That was more for me. That was more for me. Nah, I mean, age don't mean nothing to me. I mean, it means something to me if you're talking about dating somebody younger than you, right? But it don't mean nothing to me in gaming. In gaming, I don't look at people's age as an obstacle because I don't really know. You can say you're 24, right? You just said you're 24, but you could say you're 24 and actually be a 50-year-old, right? Nobody knows who anybody is online when you're just chatting or you're just talking, or even when you're on voice, you really don't know. But the thing is I treat people based on their mentality and their maturity and all that other stuff and who they are. So if you're cool, I'm cool, right? With you. And that's all that matters. I don't give a shit what age you are, you know. Now, mind you, if I know your age is like below, I'm not gonna say anything inappropriate. I'm not gonna turn around. But I mean, you may hear me curse because you're online and it's just the way that I talk. You might hear me curse, but I'm not gonna say inappropriate shit to you, and I'll never have a personal conversation or a one-on-one conversation from somebody who's underage that I meet online. It'll never happen. I would not do a doctor disrespect. I should say that. You will never catch me in some shit like that. Like, I will never talk to no underage chicks. It's just not going to happen. Plus, I'm not interested in little girls. You know what I mean? I like women. Six. Yeah. See, you see that kick post that just popped up? Right? So you get a kick post, and the person's name's not even pronounceable. So you know that's just a made up fucking name. Like, I'm never falling into that. Right, right. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So I do curse, right, on my streams, and I don't hide that fact that I do. I try to control it. I really do. But the thing is I try to avoid that. So when you know somebody's underage, when you know somebody's young, even when you know somebody's young, maybe not even underage, but they're just young. I try to adjust that as best I can. But again, because I don't focus on the age of a person and I'm just gaming, I may forget that, that I'm dealing with somebody who's that young. Now, I'm just talking about in chat. Now, when you're on a voice call or you're talking through Discord, there's a difference there. Because then, you got to know you're talking to an underage person. You don't want to say anything inappropriate. You don't want to say anything stupid. You don't want to curse and all that other stuff. And plus, I really do try to pass on good values to people, and life lessons that I've been through. And I've been through a lot of shit in my life. So, I shit you, I'm going to show you guys one day. I'm going to find the email because I saved it. But I got an email from the Dr. Phil show to come onto their show. After filling out a brief questionnaire that they sent out, I got a call from them to come on their show. And I told them I wasn't going to come on their show. And the reason why I wasn't going to come on the show is because they wanted me to name names. They wanted me to tell ages. They wanted me to give locations of people and stuff like that. For what I had told them, the brief paragraph that I wrote about my life, they wanted me to give them all this stuff. And I get that because they want to be able to verify everything. But some of the shit in my life is illegal, right? So there's criminal activity, and not just by me, but people who are around me. And I'm not going to tell you where they live and all that other bullshit because some of that stuff may still be prosecutable, and I'm not snitching on nobody. So I just refused it. I refused to go on. Plus, if you got me on a show like Dr. Phil, you wouldn't need to book me for the whole week. I mean, that's how much shit I got in my background and my story. Like, I could talk about. You definitely would need to. It couldn't be a one-day show. It would have to be like 7-day tapings, right, for me to explain my whole life. I mean, because the shit that I've been involved in my life, like, it's definitely movie. It is movie worth. If you wrote about my life, you'd have a fucking great movie. It's not a lie. And that's not an ego. That's not bravado. That's not none of that shit. I just been through a lot of shit in my life. People who aren't from where I'm from would never experience in their entire life. Never. And I'm going back. Like I could talk about fucking mob bosses, like literally from Philadelphia, mob bosses, and the influence they had in my family, in my life. But I'm not gonna do that. And I'm definitely not going to do that on national TV. It's not happening. Nah. She ain't got nothing to do with that side of my life. She knows some of it because she's been my friend since I've been 17 years old. So she knows part of that. But there was a lot of shit that happened. Yeah, somebody said, I hope you're not involved in it. Yeah, I know you've been in my life since I was 15, but I'm talking 17 is when we had separated and broke up. That's why I said 17. Anyway, she knows a lot of my life even before I was 15. She knows the situation that I was, all the shit that I had to go through up to that point. And then then when I got out of the service and the shit that I had to go through then, because a lot of my life plans that I wanted to do, like go to college and all other shit, I couldn't do initially. So I was trapped back in the environment that I was in and doing the same stupid shit that I was doing. All right. So when you get out of the environment that you grew up in, and then you realize that you don't really want to go back to that, but then you miss it sort of like, I mean, I missed my neighborhood. I missed my friends when I went into the service. So when I got out of the service, of course I went back, but then I got trapped back into that lifestyle that I was in, and I did a lot of stupid shit, and I could, like I said, I could write a book on it, and it would just be crazy. Like, you guys would not believe, like, all that shit happened to me, like, in my life, but it all happened the way it happened. And that's why I am the way that I am, though, and why I'm so honest. Yeah. You know what I mean? I don't ever want to return to the lifestyle that I had years ago. I mean, I've been out of that lifestyle for a long time, but I was there for a long time, and my family was, some of my family was involved in it, and and other stuff, and it just wasn't for me when I realized the consequences of the shit that I was doing, and I realized and the people that I were hurting in the process of doing the stuff that I was doing. Once I realized that, and I realized it at a young age, and once I realized that, I pulled away from all that, and I just started to better myself. Really, what saved me was when I got my job down at Drexel University, and I started working for the union. Once I got into the union, that literally changed my life. After that point, I didn't want to be involved in anything else. Of course, I didn't have that quick money, right? I didn't have that short money. I started to have long money then, and long money is better in the long run of your life. If you plan on wanting to live for a while, you don't want to chase that short money. You want to get that long money, that money that stays with you. And the union provided me that. So I'm pro-union. If anybody, I know you guys probably don't care, playing the fucking video game. You don't care if I'm union or not. But that's my stance. I'm pro-union. I love unions. It did something valuable for me in my life. It changed my life, and I'll never look back. I mean, I still got into trouble. Even in the union, I got in trouble. I was brought up on federal charges for nothing. Literally, I didn't do what I was being accused of, but somebody got fired from the job. They filed federal charges. There was an election going on in our union at the time. They tried to insinuate that I was intimidating people to vote for a certain person, which I was not. I'm telling you right now, the honest to God truth. I'll take a lie that says anything. I was not, but they decided to put them charges on me, and I got charged. And since it was in the union, it was a federal offense, right? So I had to go to federal court. I've never been in federal court in my life. Never. Been in regular court, but never in federal court. I did not know what to expect. I walk in. Now here's one of the stories. I'm going to give you this for free. I walk into federal court. The gentleman that's accusing me of the shit that he's accusing me of, he's over there. I got a lawyer from the union. We get free lawyers. So I got a lawyer from the union representing me. We're sitting there. I'm embarrassed to even be in court, okay? Because I know I didn't do what I was accused of, and I didn't think I should be there. But I was also embarrassed. Here I am changing my life. Now I'm drawn into some bullshit. So now we're in federal court. The judge turns to me and says, calls my name, says, did you do what this man's accusing you of doing? Basically, that's what they said. They said it way more professionally, but that's what she said. And I said, no, Your Honor, I did not do what he's saying. I said, there was an incident that happened down in the locker room at the end of the day. I said, he came in. I was in there with two other individuals, both my friends. And I was like, he came in talking a bunch of trash. I said, he turned around. He has a problem with me because I'm white. The dude was black. So he had a problem against white people. Seriously, that's what he had. But anyway, it's the people that I hang around. So my friends, right? My friends were like, what are you talking about? Like, why are you so, why are you like that? Like, so what is, if he's white and this and that? Like, he has a right. The dude just kept talking some racial shit. So anyway, my boy Saeed, right? He turns around and he's had enough. He's heard enough. Now, me and him are real close. We work side by side. So he's like, yo, you want me to handle this? And I'm like, nah, let him go. I already tried to fight the dude off the clock. The dude didn't want to fight. So, like, I knew he was a punk anyway to begin with. He just had a problem. It doesn't matter, white, black, whatever. He had a problem. And Saeed turned around and just hit him. Just cracked the dude. So I saw the fight, and I didn't want nobody to get fired. So I broke the fight up. Me and my boy Tree. Tree was a professional boxer. He's dead now. He got shot and killed in the neighborhood. But he was a professional boxer. He was 6'7", 240, I believe he was, and built like. So we break it up. When we broke it up, he had the audacity to tell the judge that I had grabbed him and held him while the other guys punched him. That's not what happened. That never even happened. I didn't even grab him. I grabbed Saeed. Tree grabbed him. Anyway, we stopped the fight. So I'm in court. Judge asked me that. I explained all that to the judge. Everything's going on. They said, yeah, but he's claiming that that whole entire fight was over the election and that you were trying to get him to vote for. And if you guys want to look him up, his name's John Morris. He's from Local 115. He was a Teamster for years and years, and 60, 70 years. Anyway, he said, you're trying to get him to vote for him, and he doesn't want to vote for him. I was like, that's not even what the conversation was about. I said, he came in on some racial shit, started running his mouth, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So the I see the court reporter, the court reporter who makes out all the warrants and does all this stuff, the court reporter. She sits there, and I see her stop and turn towards the judge to talk to the judge. Mind you, I'm not paying attention. I'm like in a fog. The judge turns around and goes, Mr. So-and-so, did you... I'll say Mr. Miller. That's my last name, Miller. He said, Mr. Miller, did you do this? And I said, no, I didn't. The judge dismisses the case immediately. When I look at the court reporter, I realize that the court reporter is the grandmother of one of my best friends from the neighborhood. And I grew up around her all my life. I know her. We call her grandma. So she's the court reporter. And she turned to the judge and told the judge, he didn't do this. I know he didn't do this because that's not who I am. I'm not that type of person. And then it was over with. But I thought I was, I had trouble before in my life. So I had shit on me already that I dealt with and had to do some things to take care of and all that other bullshit, and I'm not going to get too deep into it, but anyway, so I was worried about that federal court. I was like, if they do this, that's it, I'm done, I'm going to jail for the rest of my life. And so I was really, really worried about that, and thank God that she was there. I literally had some close calls in my life where things happened, some people intervened where I didn't have to go through all the drama and all the bullshit that other people had to go through because they didn't have anybody there, supporting them or had their back and stuff like that. I always had a support system to fall back on. It was never my family. It was always friends and people that I dealt with outside of my family. My family was just fucked up. You guys are getting all my life story. Not really all my life story, but like brief touches of it. So I sometimes do this, though, so that people can recognize why I am the way I am and why I talk the way I talk sometimes and why I act the way that I act sometimes. Because I don't trust a lot of people. I have a very low trust threshold. I always think somebody... I went down south to work as a painting contractor from Philadelphia to Spartanburg, South Carolina. I walked into a convenience store. The convenience store clerk said hi to me, and I was like, why the fuck you saying hi to me? I thought they wanted something from me. Because in Philly... ain't no convenience store clerk saying hi to you just to say hi to you. They don't do that. Unless, they know you're that type of person. But me, when I walk into a store, no one just says hi to me. So I thought the person wanted something or something was going on. Like, why are you saying hi? I'm already on edge is what I'm telling you. Like, I'm already on my guard. That's the type of person I am. Yeah, what's up? You raise your hands. It's okay. No. No, they can hear it. They can hear it. And yeah, Ernesto, you ain't the first person to tell me I sounded Italian, but I have zero Italian in me. I have Portuguese in me. I have Spanish in me. I'm mainly Irish and English, but I have Norwegian. Yeah. I have relatives in Norway. I have relatives in Sweden. I have relatives in France, Ireland. I have relatives in Germany. I'm not proud of that, by the way, but yeah, I never claim that little bit of German that's in me at all. 215 ounces, yeah, exactly. That's why T is twisted. I'm definitely gaming. That's why when I say, like I told you guys in the beginning, I have a abrasive personality because gaming, I enjoy gaming, but it's hard for me to interact in gaming because of the way that my life, like I've dealt with a lot of street shit in my life. So I tend to revert. I guess it's a defense mechanism that we develop, right? When you're involved in traumatic situations, you tend to revert back to the thing that you feel the most comfortable in. So I go back to talking street. I go back to, saying there's a difference in the way that I talk depending on who I'm talking to. But when I'm upset and I'm angry, I always go back to the street shit, right? Because I dealt with so much of it, and I know that most people that I'm talking to across the microphone or across the game are not. Nah, it's not Boston. Philly. No, Boston. I don't go to the car to get a beer. Ain't none of that. None of that. That's a Philly accent. I'm walking over here. That's not Boston either. They don't do that in Boston either. I'm walking over here strictly like a. I call it a South Philadelphian attitude. South Philly. It's full of Italians. So South Philly Italians. They talk like that. Hey, how you doing over there? How you doing? How you doing? How your mama doing? You tell her I said hi. That's how they talk. We talk a little bit different. We got a little bit more street slang in the way that we talk. And when you're in Philly, the people my age, at least now, we still use this word called jawn, which means anything. So we'll say something like, I was at that jawn last night, and I met this jawn last night. Yo, I took that jawn home. Psh, you should have saw that shit. That jawn was crazy, right? That's a whole conversation I just had with somebody, and most people don't know what the hell I'm talking about. They just catch them keywords. Like, I took that jawn home last night. You know that I'm talking about generally taking a female home, right? Or a partner home, or whatever, which way you swing, I don't care. But, for me, it's a female. Taking a female home and doing whatever, right? And you're just bragging about it to your boys. So jawn is a noun, an adjective, an adverb. It's everything, dude. It's just like everything. And you can have an entire conversation in Philly with the word jawn. But it's funny, anybody outside of that who would listen to that conversation would just be like, what the fuck are they talking about? But we know instantly because it's the words that come before it and the words that come after that word. We know whether you're talking about a specific somebody, or you're talking about a place, or you're talking about some kind of action that you went through. And it's, jawn, yeah, exactly. Jawn is a strictly Philly word, though, for the most part. Jawn is, you hear anybody saying jawn, they got some Philly in them, or they heard, or they're friends with somebody from Philly. The joint. But yeah, it's just, and I tend, when you hear me talking about my life, I'll revert back to the street conversations and the street stuff. And it's not to impress anybody or intimidate anybody. It's just to explain that you may catch me saying shit that may be abrasive to you. Like, you're like, damn, this dude's a dick. But it's not. It's my defense mechanism that kicks in from all the shit that I've gone through in my life. So, in Philly, it's reputation, right? You can walk out your door as long as you got a good reputation. Nobody will mess with you. Nobody will try you. But that only goes so far. So, like, I fought all my life, like, literally fought all my life, and I'm good at it. But that's because every time I had to come out the door because of my reputation and who I was and the size and the way I'm built or whatever, people always wanted to test me. And I always had to defend myself, or usually most of it was a lot of it was like intimidation, like just having that conversation and be like, when someone goes, I want to fuck you up. And then you're like, dude, I will beat the balls off you. Like, you might want to rethink this whole process, right? That's how I talk to people. I try to give them a way out. I don't really want to fight, but when I start the fight, I like it. So it's not like I don't like any of the lead up to a fight. If we're going to fight, let's just fight. Let's stop all the talking bullshit. Right? Let's just get it over with and be done with it. But that's a defense mechanism. So I revert to that sometimes when I'm talking to people who are not from that environment or who've never experienced the things that I do, and it sounds really bad to them, right? It's like, this guy's a fucking dick, or this guy likes this, or this guy's trying to be tough, or whatever it is. It doesn't matter. It's just who I am. I've been this way all my life. It's hard for me to change it. I mean, my outlook, my views on social issues and all other stuff has changed over time, and it does. We learn to become softer and more tolerant of things that we might not have tolerated when we were younger. But my ultimate philosophy, all that other bullshit that you just heard me talk about, all that shit aside, is I believe in the very basic principle of live and let live. If something ain't bothering you, why the fuck you worried about it? Keep out of it. You know what I mean? Don't have an opinion. You can have an opinion,
but keep it to yourself if it doesn't involve you. If it ain't hurting you and nobody's hurting you with the way they're living their life or doing whatever they want to do, then don't say nothing about it. There are certain things that I'll say something about. Like, if you abuse children and I catch you doing that, I'm going to fuck you up. That straight up, there's not even going to be a conversation. I'm just going to hurt you. If you hurt animals for no reason whatsoever, like, I'm not talking about hunting. I'm just talking about, like, I see you and you go and you pick up a cat. My boy Mikey picked up a cat one time and broke its back. Like, out of nowhere. He just picked it up and broke its back. And this is when I was younger. And I stopped hanging with him because of it. I'm like, yo, dude, if you can do that, you can do other shit too. And he was a nut job anyway, to be honest with you. But if you do stuff like that, if you hurt kids, if you beat up on women in front of me for no reason, like if the woman hits you and you hit her back, I'm all for that. Women's lib, yep, absolutely. Nobody should be swinging at nobody for no reason. I mean, nobody should be swinging at nobody anyway. But what I'm saying is, a woman shouldn't feel as though they can hit a man without getting hit back. Don't hit a man if you don't want to get hit. Just don't do it. That works both ways, though. If a man wants to hit a woman and I see it and the woman ain't doing nothing but cowering in the corner, I mean, I already did. I beat the shit out of a pimp right on fucking Frankfurt and Huntington, to you, for smacking his whore around. I'm just playing, laughing my ass off. Yeah. Yeah. Nah, but see, that's the whole thing. So when you'll hear me talking different sometimes. Like when I wake up in the morning, I don't talk like this. But when I start talking about the things in my past, that's when you notice me slide back into it. And it's so easy. That's why I had to get away from it. I had to pull myself out of that environment because it's just too easy for me to slide back into all the bullshit. You know? And, I mean, it's just, I've seen people die right in front of me. I've seen, I almost died. I had a gun, literally, sawed-off shotgun, 38, and a 45 put to my head 3 times in my life. None of them little idiots pulled the trigger, and I knew they weren't going to pull the trigger. I wasn't afraid of it. I got to be honest with you, but I was a lot younger then too. So, when you're young, you think you can live forever. Now, if somebody put a gun in my head, I don't know how I would react. I probably still react the same way because I'm a dickhead like that. But when they did it, I knew they weren't going to pull the trigger, and they paid a price for it. They all paid a price for it. Everyone that did that, everyone that said they wanted to kill me, they pay a price for what they did, But I had to suffer for what I did to them, because you can't take the law into your own hand. And the first time I ever had a gun pulled on me, I shit you not, all I was doing was defending my sister. Somebody threw a bottle at my sister, and I said something to him. It was my neighbor. He was drunk. He threw a bottle at my sister, or towards my sister's way, and almost hit my sister. So all I did was say something to him. He kept running his mouth, and I told him, I said, you keep running your mouth, I'm going to, you know what I mean? I don't really want to keep cursing. Anyway, I turn around and walk away, and he puts a 38 right to the back of my head. I shit you not. Tells me he's going to blow my head off. I'm 19 years old, and I say to him, you better pull that trigger, because if you don't pull that trigger, you're a fucking dead man. He don't pull that trigger. I walk into my house. I go to get because I have my shit. I come back outside. I notice he's in his house now at this time, like talking at a screen door. We have row homes in Philly, if you don't know, but he's in his house, but he's at his screen door trying to talk to me. And he's like, yo, I really want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. I said, what do you want to talk about? He says, look, I'm really sorry I did what I did. I'm drinking. I'm drunk. I don't know what I was doing. Blah, 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 blah. He's like, I really want to talk to you. I want to work this out. I said, you want to talk to me? Like, after what you just did, you expect me to have a conversation with you? I was like, what, you just going to shoot? He's like, just come in. We'll talk. And I was like, yo, I said, now you're crazy. I'm not coming in your house. I said, where's the gun? So he says, I don't got it. I threw it over there. And he's like pointing to his furniture, because I'm standing on the other side of the screen now talking to him. And I'm like, where's the gun? He's like, I threw it over there. It's over there somewhere. I promise you, I don't want no problems. And I'm like, lift your shirt up. So he lifts his shirt up. So turn around. So I'm looking for the gun to make sure he don't have it on him. So now picture this. I'm outside looking into his house. He opens up the door. I say, all right, you want to have a talk? Let's talk. He opens up the door. I go in. So what I do, because my intention is just to hurt him now. I already know what I'm going to do. So I go in and I turn to face his door. So now his back's to his own front door, and it's just a screen door. So I kick him out his friggin' door. into the street. Literally, he goes in the street. Because from the front of your house in Philly and some of these row homes, the curb is right there. And the street is right there. So I kick him and he falls out the door and he falls into the street. And then I put his head on the curb and I stomped on his head and split his cranium open. So he had to go to the hospital. Ambulance comes. They rush him to the hospital. He's in a coma for 7 days. I'm telling you all this shit because I already paid the price for it. So naturally, 3 weeks later, after he does whatever he does. Now, backstory on this too, because you got to understand why I didn't like this guy to begin with. He raped a 13-year-old girl that happened to be, now this is where the stories get crazy, my father's wife's sister. So would have been technically my aunt. But I'm 19, 20 years old. It's not my aunt. They're 13 years old. But he raped her. Or at least attempted to rape her. Excuse me. He attempted to rape her. And it was reported to the police. But he wasn't charged with it yet. He had got arrested, but he wasn't charged with it yet. So I didn't like this dude from the beginning. But when I went to court for stomping him out, for putting him in the hospital, because I had to go to court, I got arrested for assault. And when I went to court, my lawyer kept trying to bring up the fact that he was the reason why, because technically that's why he got his ass kicked. This is, in the back of my mind, I wanted to hurt this guy anyway because of what he did. We tried to bring it up in court, but because he wasn't prosecuted for it, I was not allowed to bring it up in court. And I wound up getting probation. That's all I got for it. I got probation out of it. But I was on probation for 4 years. Now, mind you, I just got, I'm sorry, I was 21. I just got out of the service. So, mind you, I just got out of the service. I went to court 3 months after I got out of the service, matter of fact. All this shit. You know, I had nothing but my life ahead of me, and then I get arrested for that. After all this shit this guy did, putting a gun to my head, everything else, I told the judge all this shit. Nothing happened to him. Nothing. Nothing happened to this guy. Not a single thing ever happened to this guy. And I got arrested, put on probation for 4 years. Now, mind you, now I'm pissed. How hard is it, if anybody's ever had any trouble that's listening to me right now, how hard is it to walk off 4 years of probation when you're in an environment that breeds hostility, that breeds violence, that breeds drugs, that breeds this, that breeds that? I literally lived in the worst part of Philadelphia called Kensington. How are you going to walk off 4 years of probation in Kensington without getting in trouble again? So, guess what happens? I get in a fist fight. A schoolyard fist fight. That's what I call it because it was just a fight with another person. But that person happens to be an off-duty police officer. I didn't know he was an officer. I didn't know he was a cop. He never identified himself as a police officer. But I beat this dude's ass, and guess what happens? 20 cop cars. Woo! So this is my life. Early. This is all the shit I'm going through now. And I ain't even told you all the shit before that. So I again, my family was involved in some fucked up shit, you know? Organized shit. So anyway, all that aside, this is going on. Now I get arrested again. I'm on probation still. So instantly I get slapped with what they call a detainer. While I go to my pre-trial hearing, they slap me a detainer, an automatic detainer, because it's automatic. And now I'm sitting in jail. I've never been in jail, but now I'm sitting in jail. I'm not talking about the precinct jail. I'm talking about jail. Prison. Basically. It winds up being. And I'm like, this is fucking crazy. Yeah, exactly. But if I tell you the backstory with the cop, you're going to hate it even more. What happened to me was so unfair with this situation, all right? Because what had happened was, remember I told you I had a daughter? With a woman that I had a daughter with, we broke up 1 week before that. I'm riding around the neighborhood. Now, this is my fault for stopping. You know, I shouldn't have stopped. But I saw her getting out of the car with the dude, and so I pulled over. I instigated this. But what I'm saying is it was just a fight. That guy didn't lose no time at work. He didn't have to go to the hospital. I just beat him up. That's all it was. It was a fight, a fist fight, and I won the fist fight. So that's where I say this went south and was so wrong for them to do what they did. They knew the situation. They knew this had a domestic dispute issue going with it. It should have been handled in domestic court, but because he was a cop, they took me to criminal court. When I went into criminal court, I got hit with 7 years. 7 years. For aggravated assault with a weapon, criminal conspiracy, reckless endangerment of another person. They call it trumping up charges, so they throw as many charges at you as they can, hoping that you'll plea deal out to one of them, right? And because I didn't want to drag all the way through the court system, I was going to plea deal. But I'm sitting in court now, mind you, waiting for all this to happen. Eventually, when everything transpired, everything happened, I was found guilty and all that. But in court, sitting right in court, while we were in court, I'm sitting there in front of the judge, and the judge is telling me what happened. I am so embarrassed about what happened. Like, again, I'm embarrassed. I'm like, I can't believe this is fucking my life. Like this, I served my country. I did all this stuff, and this is what, I was supposed to go to college. I was supposed to do this, and this is where my life is going. All because I went back to the neighborhood. That was my fault. I'll take the blame for it. But I couldn't believe this was happening to me. So the judge says, Mr. Miller, that's my last name, Mr. Miller, did you, this and that? I told the judge everything that transpired, why it happened, all that other bullshit. I said, I should have kept driving, Your Honor. I take full responsibility for stopping and all that other stuff. I said, but I do not deserve this punishment. So the judge says to me, did he ever identify himself as a police officer? I said, no, he did not. He never said once he was a cop. And the judge asked me, what would you have done if he said he was a cop? I said, I would have stopped kicking his ass. Exactly what I said, because I know what the outcome would have been. If you go and beat a cop up, you're going to go to jail. You're not getting out of that. You're going to go to jail. If I would have known he was a cop and not just some normal dude, I would not even engaged in that fist fight, because I know what the outcome would have been. But anyway, the judge turns to him, and his name was Officer Riley. If anyone looks it up case, you can. His name was Officer Riley. And she says to him, Officer Riley, do you ever identify yourself as a police officer? And he was like, well, I tried to. And the judge says, what do you mean you tried to? And he says, every time I tried to tell him I was a cop, he hit me. The whole courtroom started laughing. The judge started laughing. I shit you not. They all started laughing because of the way he said it. He was like, every time I tried, he hit me. That's not really what happened. But yeah, he did get punched a couple times. I told him, I'm like, just leave. I mean, he threw the first punch too. So let's get that straight too. He took a swing at me and he missed. And when he missed, because I know how to fucking duck, when he missed, I came up, I jawed the shit out of him. And that was the beginning of the fight. So how would you feel getting 7 years for a fist fight? So then when I did my time and I got out, I hated the police. I hated the law. I hated the system. I hated everything that had anything to do with the criminal justice system. Right? How do you think I acted then after that? Now, I had to go to jail. I had to go to prison. When I got out, how do you think I was going to act? Since I hated everything. So then I was even worse. I was a menace to society then. You know what I mean? I was doing shit that nobody should have been doing. And I'll say live on stream, we were stealing cars. We were selling shit on the corner. We were doing so much dirty shit to make money that I didn't care who was hurt. It all turned around when I saw a guy who I grew up with, his wife come around to the corner with her kids and tell me that he came around and spent all his money on the shit that we were pushing. And she had no money to pay the rent. And I knew her kids. I knew her. At that moment, and this was like 2-3 years after I got out. After that happened, I never got involved in that again. I chose to change my life. I wound up getting that job, and that saved me. So when I talk about my life the way that I do, and I say the things that I say, and I tell people, like, you really don't know who you're talking to. I really mean that shit. Like, you don't know me. You don't know the type of shit that I'm capable of doing or what I'm not capable of doing. And I don't mean that in a negative way to punk that person either. I mean that in a way, like, I don't know you either. I don't know who you are. I don't know how tough you are. I don't know what you could do to me. So why are we even having this conversation online? Right? That's how I am when I get into shit with people online. I try to give them an out and tell them, like, look, dude, you know, like, I know you won't say this in real life. Like, stop. This is not who you are in real life. And then people take it the wrong way because they think, oh, you trying to be tough. It's not about being a tough guy. It's about standing up for what you know is right. I ain't going to say I made the best. And the reason why I'm telling you guys all this is because you're probably going to come back to the channel, or maybe you'll never come back to the channel again. But at least you know who I am, and at least you know when I say something, I actually mean it and I stand behind it. And it's not through threats or fear. It's really how I believe. And I don't want anybody to get confused when you're watching my streams whether or not that's the type of person that I am. I am that person. But I've learned to silence the bad side of me and keep that at bay. Right? But every now and then it might come up. It might come up where I say something stupid and you guys might be like, what the fuck is the matter with him? It's just because I revert back to the only thing that I was really familiar with and comfortable with at one point in my life. And that's what happens. That's the truth, sharing. You know what? We used to call them telephone tough guys, right? When they would be on the telephone talking shit to you. But usually it was somebody you knew. Right? It's not over the internet where there's anonymity and you can just say whatever you want to say to somebody. And I do react very poorly when I see somebody trying to bully somebody online. I do, because I don't like bullies. I was definitely the type of guy that if I saw, I got to give another example to explain it. I'm in a bar and I'm with my significant other. It's not my wife. It's just somebody I'm dating, but I'm out with all my friends. We're at the bar. We're having a good time at the bar. Two dudes walk in. They're very loud, obnoxious, very rude. You know, you could just see they had egos. So they're causing the disruption in the bar. I could see the uneasy feeling, like people think they're going to start something. So I'm a protector. It's a natural state of me. I guess if I lived back in the 1500s, I would have been a knight, right? I would have been a knight. I would have been protecting people. But that's who I am. So when I see the whole bar, not just my friends, but my friends and then the whole bar being very uncomfortable with these two guys, I said to my girl at the time, I said, watch this. So I told everybody at the table, just pay attention. So I walk up to the bar. Now they're side by side at the bar. I purposely, go in between them and like bring my elbows up to give my shoulder room, because I'm not a small dude. Like I'm 6 foot tall, I'm 195, and I have broad shoulders. So I go in and I kind of like make them split, and then I just order a drink from the barmaid who I know. So I'm like, yo, can I get a couple more drinks for me and my people? And beer comes, I grab the beer, I go over. That completely ended those two guys. They left right after that. Because they came in a bar with an intention, and they really did. They were drunk from whatever they came from. They came in a bar. They knew they were going to be loud and rowdy, and since it was two of them, they thought they had, that they could intimidate somebody. So I just went up and all I did was make my presence felt. I didn't say anything to them. When I went in between them, I looked left or right. Yeah, you got to get off. I love you, sweetheart. All right, all right. All right, sorry. She had to go. But anyway, so I just made my presence felt. That's all I did. And they understood it. They understood. Like, you're coming into a local bar. You don't go into any local bars and try to cause drama if you're not from there to begin with, right? That's a bad decision for anybody. I've never gone to another neighborhood's bar and try to cause drama in the bar, If something happened, it happened. But I never went in there with an intention to cause any problems. But that's who I am. Like, I have these qualities to me that I know, like loyalty, honor, respect, integrity. Leave people alone if they're not bothering you. Don't sit there and bully nobody who doesn't deserve it. Not even deserve it. Even if they deserve it, don't bully anybody. There's no. I never understood somebody picking on somebody that was weaker. I just don't get it. You know, that's why when I hear people talk about fighting and they say, "Well, you know, I know he could kick my ass, but I had to go out because I'm not going to look like a fool in my neighborhood." Why? Why go out and get your ass kicked if you know you're going to get your ass kicked? That don't make no sense to me. Like, why are you even fighting? And what, for a reputation? Because that's all that is. That's your pride getting in the way. Why get beat the fuck up over pride? I never understood that concept. Yeah. I didn't have those issues, you know, when I fought, because I always knew I would win. Not because the guy was smaller than me or bigger than me, or I thought, you know, it's just I went into the fight knowing I was going to win. I'm not going to fight somebody if I'm not going to win. That don't make no sense. Why? I'm not fighting to lose. I'm fighting to win. So I'm going to do whatever I need to do in order to win, right? That's what you do. This is not. We're not kids in the playground now where we stand toe to toe. I mean, if you go down on the ground, do you think I'm supposed to let you up so we can box some more? Shit, boxing is tiring. Has anybody boxed? I boxed when I was younger. I boxed from the age of 14 to 17 before I went into service. And then I did smokers in the service. Boxing is tiring as shit. You know, that's why them rounds are 3 minutes. You drag that out, you know, you got people just dying. 3 minutes is a good fight. Like, if you don't kick somebody's ass in 3 minutes on the street, you got a problem. You better handle that and get it over with. So I'm doing whatever I can to end the fight real quick. That doesn't mean I'm picking up shit and hitting you with it, because I don't do that. I think you're a punk if you do that. But I'm trying to end the fight. So you could get choked out. You could get punched in your throat. You could get bit or your eyes poked out. I remember trying to poke a guy's eyes out because I knew if I fought him straight up, he was going to beat my ass. He was just that strong. And I knew that I couldn't beat him in the sense of like a straight up fist fight. He was just too strong for me. So I knocked him down on the ground and I jumped on him and I started to put my fingers in his eyes because I wanted him to quit fighting. Literally, I wanted the fight to end. I didn't even want to fight anymore. I just wanted him to give up and understand that I'm going to do whatever I can to win. And he understood it and he gave up. And I say it to this day, thank God he gave up, because he probably would have beat my ass if he didn't give up, or he would have some eyes popped out of his head, one or the other. But it's really funny, you know, when you get into those situations. But again, I didn't want to get my ass kicked, so I knew I had to do something to stop from getting my ass kicked. It's crazy, man. I talk a lot of shit, but it's real shit. It really did happen to me. Like, those things really did happen to me. But I laugh about it and joke about it too, because if you hear it in any other context except for me saying it, it just sounds like a story. It literally sounds like a fucking movie. Like, that, all that shit happened to you. Like, my dad was involved in so much crooked shit in his life coming up, you know, and he kept it from the family for a lot of years until we were older. And then we put two and two together and realized that my dad was doing dirty shit for the people who controlled Philadelphia at the time. All right. And my dad was in a union and he was well respected and he fought a lot when he was younger too. So I guess I get some of that from him. But when you learn about the stuff later on in life, you realize, like, all that hidden shit. Like, I thought my dad was the greatest dad in the world at one point, you know? I mean, I played baseball when I was younger. I was in, you know, leagues. I played for Tarsdale Boys Club, which is a big sports center. And I was in the night, and my dad used to help coach and all this other stuff. Like, he was involved in the program. And I was great at baseball, you know? And I loved it. But I was in an environment that was very unhealthy, like the neighborhood and everything else. So I had to turn to something, right? And later on in life, I turned to the wrong shit and had to learn my lesson. But that's life lessons, right? Yes, exactly. Yeah, you guys are right. Like, thank you for the follow, Stefan. Everything that I'm talking about is situations that you can actually address even in the game world. You know, bullies and people who come into the game trolling people for no reason. I don't like people like that. I really don't. And then if I get them on Discord, I actually hear how they talk, and I'm like, I already know the environment that they're from. You're from the suburbs. Like, you have no clue that all that tough talk that you're doing online, you are from the, And it's not like people in the suburbs are not tough. Trust me. There's tough people everywhere in the world. In every city, in every country, in every neighborhood. And it could be the most backwoods neighborhood you've seen. Somebody there could probably kick your ass. And I always say, I can't beat everybody in the world. Somebody out there can kick my ass. I just have not run into them yet. But I know if I kept on going the way I was going, I would have ran into that guy. I would have ran into the guy that would have beat the shit out of me or maybe killed me. And then what would have happened? So I'm blessed. I believe in religion. I believe in God. Not everybody does, and I don't care whether you do or you don't. I'm going to say this real clear so that people don't get misinterpreted. Your belief in God doesn't affect my belief in God. All right? Or your lack of faith doesn't affect my faith, my belief. So I don't care. It doesn't make you a bad person to me if you don't believe in God. I don't care. We're still playing the same fucking game. No. I have a belief, and I think God saved me for a reason. Maybe it was just for this conversation alone. Maybe somebody hears this and it helps them. And they don't want to do the dumb shit that I did or make the mistakes I did. Yeah. I don't know. I ain't going to get into the whole God thing because I don't really talk about religion, politics, or shit like that while I'm streaming. I don't like it. But yeah. So anyway, I'm sorry for that rant. I'm really sorry for that long, drawn out bullshit. But again, you guys are watching. I got to provide some kind of fucking content besides running around and shooting shit. And that's good. I think that's good content, hearing somebody's life that's messed up that much. Something we can laugh about and joke about. And I don't mind. I'm not a joke. Like, my life's not a joke, but the shit I did in my life, I don't mind joking about. I don't mind people joking about. I don't care about it. Because it was all dumb shit. It was all stupid shit. It was all child shit. I was a kid when I did most of that. Or at least young. Not fully developed yet. My brain wasn't fully developed yet. So I made really poor decisions. But if you look at me now, I walk around, I'm fine. I have no issues with nobody. If I want to buy something in the game, I can buy it. I can afford it. I'm not rich by any means, but I can afford things. You know, I have some disposable income, and I can utilize that. I never got to where I wanted to go in my life because technically I wanted to be a lawyer or a politician. I really did. That's what I was going to go to school for. But with all the drama and everything in my background, I would make one shitty ass politician. One, I'd be the most honest politician you ever seen, and that's the truth. And two, I could probably beat everybody in the Senate and the House in a fist fight. So, you know, they probably want to be my friends, but with all my background shit, I'd be the most discredited politician. Even worse than George Santos. Even worse than George Santos. Yeah. But like, you know what this guy used to do? Do you see his record? Hey, criminals aren't bad people. People who got locked up, they can change. But that's what I wanted to do with my life. I literally was going to go to Penn State. I had plans on either going to law school. You know, actually, I was going to go to law school anyway, even if I became a politician, because it just pays to go to law school and be a politician at the same time. Yeah, but I got to start moving in my quest, man. I don't think people were here to listen to my whole entire life story without me actually doing shit. So I got to start moving. And actually getting my armor, getting my other weapons that I was supposed to be doing that whole entire time. I just started talking shit. All this should have been done already. I get wrapped up when I start talking about my life. Because I use it as a joke, too. Like, all the stupid shit that I did. I really do find it amusing to myself when I look back on my life and I think about all that dumb shit that I did. And then I get wrapped up into it. Because it's hilarious. Like, it's a fucking soap opera.
But that all started from me telling you about Dr. Phil. And that's why I couldn't be on a Dr. Phil show. Because it would just take too long, man. You know, 1 hour show don't cut it with me. I need a whole week. And the fact that I actually was contacted by the Dr. Phil show to come on the show. It was just, I never expected that. Like in my life, I never expected that. I could have got my 15 minutes of fame, right? Been on the show. Everyone would know who I am. You guys would be freaking out right now because you could go back and look at the show and see me on it. But again, if I would have exposed the people and names and all that other shit, I didn't really expose any names. You know my last name and that's it. But I didn't, and that's me. I can expose myself. I don't give a fuck. But exposing other people that may not want to have been involved in that shit, that could have been, you know, sketchy. I could have caused some serious feedback for that. And don't get it twisted. I didn't run shit. Right? We worked as a group, and there were other people in that group that wouldn't even hesitate to have hurt me back in the day if I did some dirty shit. Calling me friend right to my face too. But they would have done some bad shit to me if I would have pushed any issues with them. I would have ended up on a milk carton. Dude, I keep forgetting. I gotta stop talking about that shit because I keep forgetting to do what I'm doing. Do I go for? This is a debate now. I mean, I can go this route. I'm gonna have to anyway. I'm just gonna have to hold off on my armor right away. Armor. Yeah, I can't really do much with that right now. Can I still do this? Nope, can't do it. Yep, see, that's what I was worried about. What? Oh, it defaults. Shit. I forgot about that. I don't know why this don't default. This is something they gotta fix. Us being able to pick ammo, they gotta figure out a better way for us to be able to do that. To switch ammos. Just give us a scroll wheel that we can, you know, pick the ammo that we want.
Someone was detected at your front door.
Anyway, if anybody in my chat got like worried or any of that kind of stuff about the shit that I was talking about, I hope no one was. Everyone understands. It's just a part of who I used to be. It's not who I am right now. Right? I'm not that same person. I mean, I am, but I'm not. So it's not like I would never engage in half of the shit that I did when I was younger. I don't think any of us would, to be honest with you. It's not just me. I don't think anybody who's made mistakes in their life would want to repeat those. Yeah, I have it, don't I? Wait, why is that on there? Why is... Oh, I know. No, you know why that... I do have vulnerability amplifier, but because I switched from my crossbow, which is an unstable bomber crossbow. Where is it at? Spreading marks right here. Vulnerability or spreading marks? It's spreading marks, isn't it? because you're doing bullseye. I just use it to spread marks. I don't actually use the weapon. I just use it to spread it. Dude, if I do this one more fucking time, having to go back because I keep forgetting what I'm doing. I can blame it on my age. I got an excuse. Not really, but yeah, it sounds good. Anyway, now that I touch base with that with some of you, I won't even talk about that again. Like that's it. It's a one-time deal. Anybody that comes after you guys don't get to enjoy my life history. Oh shit. I wonder how many he's made. Hold on. I'm doing it again, but this time it's not something I forgot. Just something I thought of. I'll eventually get out there and shoot something, I promise you. Let's see. Yeah, give me that. Give me that. A mini series, it would be, Gustavo. If I actually did it, it would be a mini series. It's an unusual aspect of people you meet online. Sometimes their life can truly surprise you, and I'm sure bad things happen to everybody. But I always said in my fucking curse, because why did bad stuff have to always happen to me? That's what I used to say all the time, and since I have an Irish ancestry, I used to say if I didn't have bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. It's a saying that Irish people say. If I didn't have bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. I've had some pretty shitty luck in my life. Some good luck too, though. I mean, I got to count my blessings where I get them. I mean, I'm not dead, so something good happened. I'm not dead. And in the way that I think, I should have been dead a long time ago. But I'm not, so I'm blessed in that sense. And I got 2 beautiful kids. I had some good blessings in my life, but it took me a long time to learn those were gifts those were blessings, as opposed to things that held me back from the other stuff that I wanted to do in my life. I had to get that shit through my head. It's all life lessons, man. It's all life lessons. And, I don't hide my life lessons, even in the embarrassing moments in my life. Yeah, like getting arrested and having to do all that shit. That's embarrassing. It really is embarrassing. It is. It's not where I saw my life, and it's not. I'm just not that type of person that deserved to be in that type of environment. Well, I shouldn't even say that. I deserved it, but I didn't deserve it. especially that second time. I enjoyed that shit. And that made me so bitter for a long time in my life. I had to learn to, you know, accept things all over again and realize that, yeah, even though this law enforcement officer abuses authority and his power and everything else against me, it wasn't. We still need cops in the world. We do. We need police and shit like that. So I'm not like a defund the police type of person either. Because I already seen neighborhood policing and it doesn't work. I mean, you can go to the Badlands in Kensington and look at neighborhood policing. There are neighbors that go out and try to stop the drug dealers from doing what they're doing on the corner, and they wind up dying. They get shot all the time. They wind up getting killed. So neighborhood policing don't work. Half of the people won't even say anything. They're just scared. Yeah. They're scared of everything, so they don't say anything. So cops, even though some of them are crooked, you know, a lot of them are. Who else is going to do that job? It ain't going to be my fucking neighbor, because they don't want nothing to do with any of that. They don't want to say anything. So yeah, I'm not with all that. We just need a better way for our police to learn how to police again. That's all it is. That's what we need. And we need police that are tolerant and are not racially motivated to do things. We don't want that either. We need police to treat people fairly. You know? Do you have to give somebody a ticket if they went, you know, if they forgot to put their seatbelt on? Do you really got to give somebody a ticket? Maybe they were in a hurry and they just forgot. Yeah. I mean, if you catch them again, yeah. But you can cut people a break. Shit, I do every day. True. Learning from your mistakes is the greatest thing in life anyway. When you learn from them, and then you don't make the same mistakes. I never made the same mistake. You know, I would make mistakes, but they would never be duplicated. You know, I didn't continue down paths that were bad for me if I realized they were bad for me. You know? That's just life in general. That's what adults do. Adults grow up and they no longer think like a child or even a young person. Yeah, because in my 20s I still thought stupid. I'm not going to say I didn't. But when you get to a certain point in your life, you start to realize that things are worth more, and there's a lot more value to listening and growing than there is to being stubborn and closed-minded. You know, who knows? Like I've learned stuff in these conversations that we've had about just an example about the video game. I've learned stuff within the game that I didn't know, just from people on here saying shit. Didn't know it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Open your ears and expand and broaden your horizons. Open your ears and listen sometimes. Not everything is as bad as it seems all the time. Not happening, brother. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not worried. I got to tell you, Petha, I'm not worried about sub buttons. I'm not worried about people trying to like subscribe or give me money, donations, none of that shit. I don't ask for none of that. I never will. So, no, I'm good. I don't need that subscribe button. It don't mean nothing to me. I got my own money. I don't need other people's. I'll be that way till I die. I don't look at money the same way other people do. As long as I got enough to survive, I'm good. You really need to have more money than you can spend? That don't make no sense. Maybe one day I'll feel different. I wouldn't count on it. Truth be told, I didn't respect any kind of streamer before I started to see just how much work goes involved into trying to build yourself as a streamer. That's actually a real fucking job. Like, I wouldn't have gave streamers credit, but back in the day it wasn't. It wasn't that hard. You know, record yourself, put a video up, it was easy. But now, with having to edit and, you know, maintain the popularity of your content, no, that's a full-time job. And I really don't have time for that. So that's why I don't really care about the streaming aspect of mine. If you want to watch, that's cool. You don't want to watch, that's cool. You want to follow me? Hey, you don't want to follow me? Hey, you want to unfollow me? Hey. It doesn't really affect me at all. But I do appreciate your hustle. Don't get it twisted. I appreciate the hustle coming in these channels and thousands of channels a day trying to sell your wares to them, right? But it's just not for me. And I don't want you to think it's personal. It's not personal. You know, you're trying to sell something. I get it. It's just not something that I'm into. I want to, if people like my content, I love it. But I'm not going to I'm not going to make up content. Love to you too, Cud. Love to you too, Cuddly Paradise. Appreciate you. But I promise anybody who watches me, I will never ask you for a dime. Never. You will never hear me come out my mouth trying to like con you into doing something. I will never ask you to buy anything. You know, I won't put I mean, if you watch advertisements now, they ain't got nothing to do with me. Just trust me on that. But I won't seek sponsorships from anybody. None of that shit. I stream mainly for myself, to be honest with you. I always have. And some of my family, you know, who keep in touch with me. But other than that, I never stream to grow the channel or do any of that other kind of stuff. But if it does, I will never ask anybody for anything. I'm good. I can afford my own shit. Claire, Yeah, I met the mayor. He's a douchebag, and yep. No, he's a bad dude. I don't like him. The mayor of this town, he's just miserable. See, I want this as a follow pet. Give me this as a follow pet. I mean, the sound is annoying, but give me something like this as a follow pet. Or put this out for the Halloween cosmetics. Like, let us get this as a pet. That would be cool. And it moves around, follows you around. You know, like a companion pet. That would be decent. I think they're missing a real money maker with companion pets, because companion pets can make you money in this game, like a lot of money. I mean, just look at Guild Wars 2, man, how much money they made off of their companion pets. They made a ton of money off of that. Oh, what are you doing here? Ah, you're the house roaming. Yeah. Ooh, Mr. Busman. I think this is one of the best, excuse me, monster designs in the game. I love this design. Just what a sick, twisted mind you'd have to think giant bus riding around on hands and arms that act as spider legs. Where are you going, buddy? What? Where are you going? Oh, Mary. Ugh, I don't like her either. I'm debating. See, this is the outfit. Looks okay. Looks way better on the female. Not gonna lie. All right. Looks way better on the female. What did I get? But they got this new outfit in parts, which I think looks better with my face mask, right? I mean, that does look better. At least I think it looks better. I don't even know what I bought the other day. What did I buy the other day? Hair. I think I bought a bunch of small stuff. That looks so much better with the mask. I'd have to change my hair again, but that would be worth it.
guys won't see this. Shh. No one say anything. This never happened, okay? I didn't do this. Let's see. Alright. Those two. You guys don't see this part. You can see what I'm doing, but you can't see what I'm doing. Any day now. Yeah, right? The yellow and gold, right. I did get both, right? Pretty sure I did. I just think it matches the mask. It does. Unequip. I don't like that though. They can keep that. Right there. Pants right there. Gloves. I mean, the gloves are alright. I guess I can keep them. Not the shoes though. I gotta put these on. Yeah, look at that. Huh? They ain't brown and yellow, but where I can go. No, that looks stupid. Nope. Yep. They look better. I mean, brown. Nah. The yellow looks better with the black. Gloves. Let's see. Nope. Yep. I'm a cowboy. You know what I mean? Actually, that don't look quite half bad. That actually all lines up together. What's this one? Ooh. That goes over the mask. Kind of looks pretty cool. Can't get it, but... I might put this goofy looking hat on just to have it on. Let's see. There you go. It's cosmetics again. Where's that? Backpack. There we go. Okay. Building our character up, right? Not bad. That fits perfectly. And then this. Say hello to my little friend, okay? There we go. Let's see what we look like now. Yeah, look at that. You're looking good. Alright. Yeah, the black boots, that looks better because it kind of matches the shirt and the black that I already have in it. And now we are color coordinated like crazy right now. And I guarantee I don't see anybody running around with the same shit I got on. Now somebody's going to do it, of course, because they just want to prove me wrong, but... Let's go get this industrial zone. I know my motorcycle's going to break here soon.
Yeah, I buy the cosmetics and I get the outfits and all. De Niro and Al Pacino fan. Yeah, absolutely. But my my favorite actor, and I asked this question the other day, is Morgan Freeman. I think as an actor, Morgan Freeman is just incredible. And the way that he looks at acting, Morgan Freeman looks at acting as a craft, right? Like a carpenter or a mechanic, you know, how they handle it. Not a tool, but just what they create with the tool that they were given. What they can do with the tool that they were given. Not the tool itself, just the creation of what you can do. And I think he's really good at his craft, like extremely good. No, I haven't watched that. Now that you mentioned it, I'm gonna have to look. I'm gonna have to check it out. I could tell you something funny. I did watch Sinbad and the old Sinbad, the one with clay animation and all, stop animation. Used to love them as a kid. Now, they're kind of corny, but it's nostalgia. I like watching things that remind me of my childhood. Maybe not all of it. Nope. Did not hear anything. Nope. Didn't hear anything. Thank you, though. Yeah, no, I know what you're I know what you're talking about. I just never watched it personally. I've never seen it. I'm familiar with the movie though, but I've just never sat down to watch it. I thought he was great in Shawshank Redemption. That was a great movie, and his part that he played really well. But the main reason why I like Morgan Freeman even more is the way that he views his craft. He does. He comes from Broadway, well, you know, stage acting. Also, he had to go to school to learn acting, and he got a degree in it, and he views it as a craft and not just something anybody can do. What he was talking about when he was mentioning all that was he was talking about 50 Cent and how 50 Cent got into acting based off of his rap, hip hop, his music. So he was afforded things that the actors who had to actually go to school and study weren't. I think there was a little jealousy there, but I respected his viewpoint on it, that it's a craft and it should be treated as such. I appreciate when people look at something and appreciate the work involved in creating that. Like, I really do. I have respect for people when they notice that kind of, even if it's their work or not, just somebody who recognizes something. That's why. This quest. That's what I was talking about. How the devs, look at people that don't enjoy their content or bypass a lot of their content. Yeah. Anyone who appreciates the content in the game that I'm playing, I appreciate them for appreciating the content, because I know that shows a respect to the devs and all, and the time it took them in order to build the game. Should watch it again. I hate Mary. Don't like you, Mary. I hate that cutscene because it pulls you right back into this right here, which I already killed. Yeah, Glory. Oh, yeah, Glory. He was incredible in Glory. Glory, that guy. He's just. That's what I'm saying. Like, he plays so many different movies, and in the way that he can connect you emotionally to the movie, it's really good. It's really good. Like, he gets into it. He understands it. He perfected his craft. But my second favorite actor, and for other reasons, because I don't think he's such a great actor, to be honest with you, but he's just a good human being, and that would be Keanu Reeves. I was talking with Ernesto yesterday about it, I believe. We were talking about him. But yeah, it's he's just a good human. That man deserves all the accolades that he gets. You son of a bitch. Get over here. Stop saying no and say yes. There you go. Glory was really good. Yeah, Denzel played a good part in that too. I mean, he's still with Denzel. He's a good actor, but his acting style through all his movies is very similar. You know, he's got that. He does that look he does, and then the little lip licking that he does, things like that. Like those are all traits that Denzel does in every movie. If you watch any movie of Denzel Washington, he does the same thing. But even interviews with him, I think Denzel is just Denzel, period, right? Denzel just is Denzel. That's really as much as I can say about him. Oh, shit, I'm missing something. Armor crate. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Just different. With Denzel, it's more of like a personality, right? That's what you get from Denzel. I mean, you know what I find funny? You saw Jared Leto's version of the Joker, right? Everyone was like going nuts about his version of the Joker. I thought his version of the Joker was a different take. You know, a little bit more psychotic, a little bit more serious, but yet still, the Joker's a sick dude. It's not that the Joker likes to joke, because that's not really what it's about. It's about his personality. And I thought Jared Leto did pretty good in it. I did. I like how he tried to portray it. But he's a method actor, and I think that destroyed. That's why people didn't like it, because he gets into the character too much. I think Jared Leto got a really bad rap on his portrayal of the Joker. I know people might, whatever they say, but the Joker movie, I didn't like that at all. I didn't like that portrayal of the Joker. I didn't care for it. I thought it was boring. And the movie won awards, but I didn't like it. And I was like, Yeah, exactly. The sickness in his mind. But Leto portrayed that. He did. Jared Leto betrayed that. So I don't know why he got such a bad rap with the character. I really don't. I don't see why everyone didn't like him. Maybe they wanted the Joker to be the cartoon version of the Joker. But even the backstory to the Joker, you know, it's not about being funny. It's not, you know, none of it. It's a tragedy, really, when you look at it. It was just something different. I was always confused by that, though. That's the only reason why I keep talking about it, because I just couldn't I would love to hear somebody who doesn't like his portrayal of the Joker to tell me exactly why they don't like it, so that I could, you know, maybe agree with them. Maybe they seen something that I didn't, and I can go, oh yeah, I got it. But anybody I've ever talked about it, they can't really put into words why they don't like them. They just don't like them. That's what it boils down to. And then you get other people go, well, I don't think he did the Joker justice. Well, what's your version of the Joker? Like, what Joker are we talking about? Because there are different versions of it. So which Joker are we comparing him to then at that point? You can't just say you don't like something without a comparison as to why. Or that you like something better somebody else and hate on somebody else just because. I think that's like a lazy reason. I hate laziness, as you can tell. Can't stand it. But I think it's a very lazy way of explaining why you don't like something. Well, I just didn't like him. It was just something about him. You know, he's got that certain something you just don't want to. No, what you did is you watched reviews and how other people felt about a Joker, and you fell into the same mentality as them. You didn't even look at the depth in which he. Yeah, but he didn't. He looked weird as shit. You know? He lost all that weight for the part, like to make himself look skinnier. But yeah, maybe that had something to do with it. Yeah, that's true. I think that's why a lot of our reviews of movies, they're based on bias. Even people who review movies for a living, they'll refer to past characters, versions of the same character as a reference point. Yeah, that makes sense. Generally, that would just be human nature to begin with, right? We always compare things to past things. Like we compare relationships to other relationships and our experiences to other people's experiences. Yeah, that's how we either value or devalue things through comparison. Makes sense. It's human nature in general. We have to pull it. We have to pull out our e-peens, compare sizes. Cause my e-peen got to be bigger than your e-peen. I was just thoroughly impressed with his performance. I thought he took it slightly away from the stereotypical Joker that we thought of, and then he put his own spin on it. And I had to respect somebody like that because like you're putting your own spin on it. You know what I mean? You're not just limiting yourself to one thing. I hate carbon copy paste, copy and paste. Some things you got to be true to, right? Like you have to be true to it. But they did really well with Dune. Dune was a great movie. Like Dune, the new Dune, really good. And they stayed fairly true to they changed some stuff. They changed the way. There was a lot of religious influence in it. In the first Dune. There is some in this Dune, but they took a lot of it out also. They took a lot of the religious innuendos and stuff like that out of the movie because they didn't want to offend anybody. Mostly what was taken out of the movie, and if you read the books, the shit. The planet of Arrakis is more focused to the Islamic religion, right? Like everybody. It's all it has very strong Islamic influences in it. And they talk about when they made the first movie, the first remake of Dune, this one that just not the second one, but the one before that. They talked about how they pulled some of those words out that sounded very Arabic because they didn't want to get people upset, I guess. Because there's some strong feelings in, the religious world about certain religions. Not me, not at all, but they did talk about it, and it was just funny. But the movie itself was a really good remake, and definitely, I think, more true to the books than the old 1980s one, I believe it was. I really like Dune. Yeah. So much so that when the video game comes out, I definitely will be playing it. Yeah, well, the game is made by the people that made Conan, so I mean, they know how to do a sand world. That's a guarantee, right? But hopefully, the classes translate well into the game because they have Mentat, they have I forgot what the other ones are, but they have different classes within it, and I hope that they translate well in the video game. It seems like they do. It seems like they're incorporating a lot of stuff to it, but who knows? Doom was really good. I enjoyed the movies. Oh no, I just read your other thing about the Joker. You can never incorporate the TV series Joker or even the TV series Batman into today's, like movie environment. It would look
Someone was detected
dated
at your front
and
door.
just silly. It's just because our demand for visual effects, our demand for more action, things like that. Like they didn't have a lot of it. It was good for the time that it was, because it was based off the values at the time of society. So they had a lot of that incorporated into it. Now, I mean, I don't even know how you can incorporate today's society values into a good movie. I don't think it, because everybody disagrees so much about what today's values are that I don't think you can ever make a movie for everybody where it touched on the values of today. You'd either offend somebody or you wouldn't offend somebody. I think back then things were a little bit less aggressive. Plus, we had less access to like world news and things like that. Now we get instant access. I mean, the world's changed, and I think in some instances for the better. In others, I don't agree with it. I think it hurts us in the long run. But who is shooting like that? Oh, this dude. What are you? Void. Shit. Damn it. He's a void? No, I literally am just gonna have to do this right now. Where are we at? Anti-void shotgun, sniper rifle, pistol. Where's the SMG? Did it not have an anti-void SMG? There's no anti-void SMG. Maybe it's down here, but I gotta use pistol right now. Screw it. Let's go, buddy. Where you at? Oh, shit. Where are you? Oh, shit. There's somebody over there trying to shoot me, too. Who? Okay, where did he go? Come here. Where are you? I can't for the life. Oh, there he is. What are you doing, bud? Stop moving. Knew it. He's over there behind a wall. Okay, no, he's not. I thought that was supposed to hurt him. He's immune to it. Not, I'm gonna run that. I'm gonna stagger him with that. I didn't want to use it because it's only a tier 3, so I don't. Yeah, see, it's not gonna do enough damage to him. Tier what, dude? I don't even know where this thing is. Yeah, oh, shit. Oh, man, buddy, you were yeah, I'm done with you. See ya. You're not even an option now. Because the pistol didn't work.
Someone getting tired of living? A game of hide and seek. Better hope I have.
He doesn't even get hurt. I don't even know why I keep fighting this. Can you just leave? Go somewhere else, man. Fight somebody else, buddy. There you go. See ya. Go teleport into Tokyo or some shit like that. Need me at your friggin'. Need me at your fighting, buddy.
Come on, buddy. Let's dance.
Alright. I'm glad that was on stream. Because I didn't see shit until he shot. There was no gun animation, no nothing. He just shot. No, I didn't hear shit. Let him go. I know I could kill him. I just need to get a better unstable bomber weapon, which I will. I'm going to purchase one as soon as I go back.
Come on, buddy.
That was weird. I've never seen that before. Like I knew. Well, the first time. Oh, here we go. Yeah, no, I've done it with all the other previous ones. This is the first one that I've encountered that I can't. I need something that does faster unstable bomber damage. That's all. So I'm thinking about getting Jaws and just popping them with Jaws, because Jaws does damage quicker than Little Jaws does. Like unstable bomber damage. I mean, I thought I could do it with the crossbow, but crossbow needs 6 hits and you expose yourself, especially to a sniper. Snipers do heavy damage to begin with, so if you're exposing yourself to a sniper too long, you're just going to get hit. Metal shelves. I don't think anybody has metal shelves on this server. Enough of that. Let's go and get a better weapon for that. And I think I have a specialty that I have not committed to yet. So let's look at my specialty and see what I get off of that. I'm pretty sure I have a specialty. No, not yet. No. Catching some lag now in game. Lag. Or server desync, one or the other. What's up, dude? What's up? Wow. Mullets. They're trying to bring mullets back. This too. So 90s right here. You wanna go dreadlocks, buddy? You want dreads? How about hair color? Nah, you look stupid with dreads. Not a normal cut like that. No pompadour. Make it real simple. He's bald. Do we get Jaws? I mean, there's a shotgun that does, isn't it? That's fast gunner. Nah. I could go little Jaws. If I go little Jaws, right? At least I won't have to make any other ammo. But I think I'll chew through ammo a lot faster. So I don't know if Little Jaws is a good alternate. I think maybe Little Jaws is better for that, right? For like killing quicker. I mean, just proc and unstable bomb. Yeah, but on this server, you have to have one or the other. So it's kind of like, I like the wildfire, but it doesn't do any damage to the guy. So I can't really utilize it. And there's supposed to be a cradle override. And if there is, excuse me. I don't know, because I had this equipped and it didn't do shit. Oh, you know why? Never mind. Not even going to say it. Don't even want to talk about it. Yep, now I know why. Completely idiotic. So, you have to run a rifle for Void or a shotgun. You have to run a sniper rifle. What shotgun? Oh, so you can run any shotgun then at that time, though. For regen, you got to run a pistol for these to work. I thought there was just an anti-one period. Like you pick one and that was it. I guess not. I mean, I could go shotgun. And then run. And then run this. I like the corrosion, the power surge gun. This is supposed to be really good too, though. I heard you can get a lot of damage off of that. I heard you can get a lot of damage off of Doombringer. Somebody played on my last server that I was on, and they were ranking top in the Prime Wars almost all the time using Doombringer. Yeah, I was thinking about the corrosion. I've used this before on another build, and I enjoyed it. I had fun playing with it. I just need to proc unstable bomber faster. And if I run the pistol, then I don't even have to use the override. I can go back to using something else. I mean, it takes away from my other pistol, but I got bullet. You know what? I'm just going to get the Jaws. This way I don't have to use a cradle override. Sure, why not? It's unstable bomber. Also, let me calibrate. Earthly boots. Why the fuck do I got these on? Oh, I don't have them on. Never mind. Phew, I was just getting ready to say, what the hell is this? Do I have enough to craft up some armor? Everything's delayed. This will bring my damage up too. I just hope I can do all of them. There we go. Nice. Calibrate all them puppies. Yep, equipped. You. I'm going 2 at least. You and you. You and you. You and you. There we go. Much better. I'm getting rid of you, buddy. Nope, not getting rid of you. I need heavy assault. I need heavy assault. All right. Where to? I wish you could port to this. It would be so much easier. I don't even know how to get up there. I tried before. I had to climb up there. There's a path that goes up there. I've never found it. I actually climbed the mountain right here where these 2 mountains are. I was using double jump in my other jump. And I was gliding over and then jumping up and then gliding and jumping up. It was somebody told me there was a path up there, but I never found it. So I don't even try it. Where are we at? Well, that's done. That's done. Can get the crossbow there. I didn't want to use a cradle. I want to use my cradles for something else. I don't want to have to sacrifice a boost to my damage in order to put it like a regen or what is the other one? Whatever the other one is. I didn't want to lose it, so. Actually, I got to get something to eat too, so I got to take a break for a little bit. I've been streaming for a while. For over how long? 6 hours. Ugh. Long time. Straight stream. Without eating. And I didn't even finish my coffee from earlier. So I'm going to grab something to eat, guys. I'm going to get something. I might be off for like an hour. I'll be back on. I appreciate anyone who was watching, anyone who listened to my bullshit rant. and my not my bullshit story, but my story today and my bullshit rants that I go off on. Again, you guys are great. So I appreciate all the comments, all the responses, anything back. So you guys be safe. Have a good night. I'll be back on in about an hour. Maybe you guys will be on playing. We'll shoot the shit about something else. I don't know. But thank you again. Peace.